You have to press start virtual camera. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who the fuck wants to show us. How you living, fam?
So why do you say this? This is not my entrance.
I already said it. You didn't say anything. Everybody stop what you're doing.
Okay.
How are you, big dog? Tony. Tony. How's our friend from Uganda?
Uganda is not texting me.
Okay, why not?
I don't know.
All right, well, how was your interview with the lawyer?
Well, it's not good because I have not good questions, so we are going to do someday again. It happens.
Why didn't you have good questions?
Because I misunderstand what he doing. Because lawyers sometimes can be like doing like something else.
Okay, no big deal. And you got your interview with the big YouTuber today?
Yes.
Are you ready to do it?
Yes, I am.
Are you
my friend? So
are you comfortable if you needed to go back on Kick and find somebody else?
Yes, I am.
Did you see how we did it? Did you see how easy it was?
Yeah, it was very easy.
Yes, it was. All right, big dog. So, what's it like to be a professional podcaster?
Interesting.
Okay. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that you're in the top 1% of all podcasters in the world? You've actually made money on your podcast.
It's not true, right? Joe Rogan and this guy. This is 1%.
No. Just like when you had that job and you were making $33,000 a year or whatever, that was the top 1%. You're in the top 1% of podcasting.
I'm not like Joe Rogan. He is 1%.
Yeah, dude, he's top 1% of 1% of 1%. You're just top 1%. You've made money on a podcast. That's more than most people.
You can say that, yeah.
Oh, not only can I say it, but I am saying it because it's the truth.
Yeah.
We can't see you. We can't see you. There he is.
I am sure like this is like It's like so much like bro, but like some podcasting in Czech Republic make more money than I am making. So I'm not thinking I'm the 1%.
Can you repeat that?
I am not thinking I'm the 1% because I will tell you that, okay?
I don't care.
I will
I'm telling you the truth. You're the 1%.
I am learning something. I am learning. That's that's a good point. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Thank you. It's okay. Mhm. No. That's true. Yeah.
My family knew him. My family knew him. Not well, but um, there are members of my family who knew him.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are not that. How could I say it? In this.
Tony, we have a question for you. When is your podcast today?
My podcast today will be. I need to because he's from Uganda too. He's from Africa, and it's like different time zones. So I need to
Did you send him? Did you send him a reminder?
feel. Yeah. Mm. Yes. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, yeah.
He just asked you a question.
I am doing podcast for the normal people because I think everybody should have voice on my time. Right? You don't have to be famous, rich. You can be normal guy. I think I think to do the podcasting is the best way to understand the network. Maybe yeah, it's interesting.
He already does that. The username that he has is called Life Podcast Network. It's already enough. Tony,
He is big YouTuber. He have like 100,000 followers. He's big YouTube guy. Yes. He owns a fitness. Yes. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
No, he's done. 35. Maybe he might have done more than that. And that's what you have to do. He just works through it. He gets people of all different backgrounds. I mean, uh, Reverend Andrew, didn't you ever watch the early days of the Oprah Winfrey Show? You don't know who Oprah is? All right, well, basically interviewing people. That's what he does. So why don't you do the same, Reverend Andrew? Are you smoking or vaping? I understand. Are you vaping? Yeah, he is. You got something.
Yes, yes, he's everything, bro. I can see this. I give him 3 seconds. Yeah.
What are you vaping, big dog? Yeah, you, Reverend Andrew. We're talking to you. What are you vaping? You think we're dumb? You think we're blind? Oh, we caught you. We caught you red-handed. am I am I wrong, Tony? You saw it too, right?
Yes.
There,
Yes.
there you go. All right, we got him. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with it, but I want to know. I'm curious. What are you vaping? We caught you. You're caught red-handed. What are you vaping? Don't tell us. Don't tell us nothing. Do you have cannabis or do you have uh? Okay, so do you have? Is it nicotine? Well, we want to know. Is it nicotine? It's absolutely fine. You can tell us that. Oh, look at you. You shot yourself. Okay, that's fine. You do you.
Getting mad.
If anything, it makes me like you more.
Me or you?
And both of you. Both of you. All right. No big deal. So we asked you a question. What? Why don't you create a networking group using a podcast? Okay. That's fine. I'll be right back.
Yes, I'm still here. Where is everyone?
Yes, sir. Ready. What about what about Seinfeld? It's a show about nothing. There's no mission. There's no message. All right. Yeah. Right.
Yes. No, 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 no. He is a crypto guy. He's a video editor, and he's on yeah, he is video editor, and he's in yes, he is YouTube for fitness, but he is not selling it. I can ask him today. I was gonna ask him today. Yeah, yeah. I know. Yep. Me? Me. I'm gonna check. And he is going to tell me. He is he is starting the first video was 7 years ago. I was young. Yes. Uganda. Can I be?
Yeah.
What do you try to do in Saturday?
Rest.
Rest?
Yeah.
No. understand.
It's okay. I don't have any podcasts scheduled for today. I'm not gonna cook. I'm not going to clean. I'm just gonna enjoy the day. Um, and then potentially tomorrow or into this week, I do have one podcast scheduled, and I might have another one scheduled. And then I've got these robots that are working for me that are really doing a really nice job. And I told you that I collected 130,000 content pages for like all the big podcasts of the world and little podcasts. If they have a website that has a place to put something in, I have it basically archived. And uh,
I
and then what I
don't get it.
it is it's extremely valuable. It's basically shortcuts to get to the people who run all of the world's media. And so I've got this list of 130,000 contact pages. And then what my bot does is it goes through all of them and sees to make sure to save me time so that I don't have to go through it manually. It sees if it's a valid page and if I can put information in there. And then what the bot does is it basically lists about 50 at a time, different ones, and all I have to do is make sure that the information it plugs in the information for me. So it puts my name in there, it puts my telephone number in there, it puts my email in there, it puts my content, my comments in there, it puts my address, it puts anything that I need in there, and all I have to do is hit the submit button if I want to submit to those. And I could even automate that part of it as well, but I don't want to because some I don't want to necessarily submit. And then, uh, and also I have a different bot that does the capture for me. So I don't have to sit there and find the different school buses or the different fire hydrants or a car or a bridge. I don't have to do any of that. It does it all for me. And the only thing is it's just a little slow, but that's fine. Slow and steady wins the race. Right now, of the 130,000, I've gone through maybe 10,000. So I still have a lot more to do. And then all I have to do is check my email over the course of the next few days, and people say, "Hey, I got your comment on my website. I just want you to know that I have a scuba diving podcast, and so I don't know if you're the best fit unless you're like some kind of scuba diving teacher." And I'll say, "Oh, thank you for the opportunity. If possible, maybe in the future, our paths will cross. I really want you to know I appreciate your response and best wishes." But then I do get some people who are like, "Yeah, I've got a history podcast, and what you're doing sounds really, really interesting. Um, let's set up a call to have you on my podcast." So it's just a much more efficient way of doing this as opposed to just randomly going on the internet and trying to find websites, and that's very difficult to do.
Where I have new information for news.
What's your information for the news?
I will this weekend, I will have new two things for my live podcast.
Okay, what are those?
I will going to have website
Okay,
and I will going to start working with someone about my new app.
what kind of app do you have?
I will have, no, I don't have, I have to start working and that and this
I don't know if you want an app. Why do you want an app?
app because I want to app because it's a tool to have
Yep.
and I want to have like one place to have everything. One place for people who doesn't have Twitter, who doesn't have social media. I want to have the right to be connected with them too.
Why don't you just do that with a website? It's cheaper.
I have a guide for that.
You know how expensive it is to host an app?
I will have my own app.
I know. And you want someone with an iPhone to download it, right?
Yes, correct. Yes.
All right, right there, it's hundreds of dollars a year for the renewal of just the license. You want it to be on Google, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, right there, that's also hundreds of dollars. So already you're looking at maybe $1,000 just every year that you have to make with this app. Just want you to know that. If you're willing to pay that
Um,
to have 5 people on your app, well then go for it. To me, invest that, save that money. Look, I'm an app developer. I've launched apps with millions of people who have downloaded them. I'm just telling you, unless you're going to be making money with this app, you're wasting your time. Use a website. You can connect people with the website. Use your social media. Use the tools that are already available to people. You say, I want to help people who don't have a Twitter account. Why don't they have a Twitter account?
because maybe they are old, maybe they are not going to the Twitter
Okay,
and this.
so if you create an app, you know how difficult it's going to be for them? They don't have an email, they don't have an iPhone, they don't have an Android device. So now that you're going to have to teach them all of that.
True.
I'm just telling you, you in app development, I've launched apps before. You need a lot more money than I know what you have. I know how much money you have, and you need a lot more money than what you have to have a successful app. And well, yo, Tony, what are you doing? You're like super loud in the background. What are you doing? You're like super loud.
I'm not around. You are.
I'm not loud. You're loud. It sounds like you're taking something. Okay. Uh,
You will.
no, I'm just saying. Look, I don't want you to throw money at a problem that doesn't exist and that is way too expensive for you.
You will.
But a website's a good idea.
Yeah. You have website.
All right, so you're saying that I'm making the sound?
No. No, I'm not saying that you are making. I have a friend
No, 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 no,
today
no,
appeared
no,
me.
no, no, no. In the background, there's like a background noise that's showing up, and it sounds like it's
This
coming
is
through.
my air condition. Because it's hot in here.
No, 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 it's not your air conditioner. It's like your microphone. Mute your microphone and then leave and come back real quick, if you would, please. Okay, I'm testing it. I'm testing it. I'm testing it. I'm testing it. It's fine right now. Testing it. I'm testing it. It's fine. It's fine. Tony, come back.
I
Tony.
am back.
Okay, let's see if it's better now. Seems like it's better now. Whatever you did fixed it. Okay. Oh,
Right? Okay, so but like the website is good idea. Yes?
yeah, it is. Uh, just keep in mind, like, even just especially in the European Union, you need a privacy policy, you need attorneys, you need to be able to store this information securely. You don't have the money for that.
Like so like no website.
No, website's fine because you're not going to be storing it. There will be another company that stores it. But for you, I would say a free website. I would not pay for a website yet. You're not big enough yet.
Yeah.
You don't have the money. Basically, you would need to buy a domain. That's going to cost you $15 or so. You're going to have tax on that. Then you're going to have to design it. And then you'll put all this money into it, and then you're not going to have too much. You can use a free website. Tripod allows you to have a free website. You can also have a blog. I think a blog for you is a really good
I
idea.
have bro.
Okay,
I have bro.
okay, but you don't have your podcast up with a blog.
That's good.
Okay, what kind of website do you want to make?
I want to make website that was maybe like because you are absolutely true. Uh I need to have the right layer, one to click, to be able to click, one to click. I need website because I want to have all information there. I want to have information who is going to be next guest on my episode.
Okay.
I want to have information like I want to put my email there and the people if they have a questions they can ask me.
Absolutely. Yeah. And there are free ways to do that. There are free hosting sites.
I know I'm never do that with a free hosting, but I'm gonna do it with my friend. He knows he's really good with it. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds like it's doable, and
Yeah,
you you should also have a blog. The blog's important for search engine optimization. Do you know what search engine optimization is?
no, absolutely.
Okay, so you know when you Google something and you get the results.
Yes.
Okay, in order to have good results, like you're in the top 10, you have to have a lot of search engine optimization, meaning Google has to trust you. You have to provide relevant content, and in order to do that, a blog is a really strong way to have good search engine optimization. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
There's a reason why you can't just create 1,000 pages that say life podcast, life podcast, life podcast, and you won't rank higher than your YouTube page or somebody else's YouTube page with life podcast because Google trusts some sites more than it trusts others. But the good news is you can have a blog. When's the last time you published your blog?
Oh my God, it's long time. Very long.
Okay, so I mean, you say you have a blog, which is cool, but it hasn't been used. You should have a blog for your podcast, and you can say, you can give even just what you write in the description of your YouTube. You can just put in your blog, but then you can also say upcoming guests and how to contact you. You can have a contact page, and you can put
Mhm.
your email there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's what you want to do, I'm all for that. Did you create an Odyssey account?
On no, I am doing big shoot right now. I'm doing your. I don't know why you are so fan of big shoot because ChatGPT said it's not that big platform. But I am doing it anyway.
Wait. I know it's not a big platform. I know that. You want to be everywhere, don't you?
Excellent.
That so if you want to be everywhere, I'm going to get you everywhere. If you only want to be on a few of them, then we'll keep you on a few of them. But you have to understand that there are eyes that will view you on all of these different platforms.
That's not true.
That's that's not true.
Um, because like uh, because I don't know how many people like see me on Amazon.
Wait, listen,
I don't know.
listen. You don't understand search engine optimization. Every entry that you put in about life podcasts gets you higher rank in search engine optimization. So Google or ChatGPT may say BitChute isn't seen by that many people. It's alternative. Who cares? However, when people type into videos, BitChute will show up there, and your Amazon will show up in the Google results. So even if it's not being used that much, when people search for you, it is allowing you to have higher visibility. This all works together. So you may say, Rabbi, nobody's watching me on BitChute. That's fine. When people Google you, those results show up, and it means your competition does not show up.
Yes,
If I type in to Google right now,
Islam spoke LGBT.
exactly,
Like,
you exactly, and you want to change that, don't you?
yeah,
Do you know how you change that with blogs and having lots of social media?
yeah, that's it.
You're not publishing to Reddit. Why aren't you publishing to Reddit? Every time you do a podcast,
I
I told you, every time you do a podcast, you should have a Reddit post. What, right? Didn't we talk about this? And Reddit is one of the strongest things that can be used for SEO and AI. So what you do is you go back to episode one or whatever, and you make a Reddit post every day. You do a new Reddit post. You don't do 50 Reddit posts in a day because you'll get flat. You just do one per day, and then when people type in like podcast, you'll show up in Google within perhaps the next year or two. I mean, and you may say, well, a year or two, that's going to take a really long time. If you don't do that in Reddit, you'll never be seen.
that's good.
Every time you do a podcast, you need to get into a rhythm. And you're doing a good job of this, so don't feel badly, but I'm just trying to help you. You need to put a blog entry out. You need to put a Reddit post out. You need to put it on your social media. You need to make a couple clips for TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts. And then it needs to be published on YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, and that's it. Like, if you could do that with every episode, you have a and of course Spotify and those, but you'll have a very strong social media presence and search engine results. You'll be doing really well. If you don't do that, then you're only going to be big in one niche, and nobody's going to find you. Nobody's going to find my podcast if you just upload to YouTube. That's it. Because even I, who know who you are and know what to look for, can't find you, at least in the United States, if I don't go to like podcast and then look at channels and see that you're like the third or fourth one down. We want to change that, and you're still new. So don't get down on yourself. You'll continue uh, to grow. You know, you've only done 30 plus episodes and you're already getting paid to do it. So that's really good. The other podcasts that we talk about, they weren't getting paid to do it. You know, another thing,
100,000 followers.
he knows what he's doing. Tony, you know what another good way, this is kind of cheating, but I'll tell you in a second. So, Tony, just like that guy from Uganda yesterday on Tip, you find a good looking girl who doesn't have anybody talking to them, and wait, she's going to look really good in your social media, and that's going to get you a lot more hits. One good looking girl will get one good looking girl will get you 100 times more hits than some guy in Uganda.
Oh yeah,
I see.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Copy. Yeah,
And I'm not saying that
copy.
I'm not saying the guy in Uganda is not great. He was really nice, and that the big fitness influencer isn't going to be big. But when you're just scrolling social media, they're not going to get your attention like some pretty girl.
I need some very hot girlfriend, I need to have episode with
No,
and like
no,
see.
you don't have to do that. If that's what you want, and I'll tell you the secret to doing this. If that's what you want, you just get a prostitute who's really pretty, and you just interview her. That way, it's a business relationship. She has an hourly rate. She charges you $100 an hour or $200 an hour. And you just say, "I want to interview you as a spokesperson, basically, for my podcast."
This is too much.
Wait,
Sorry, but this is like
wait. Listen. A model's gonna want $1,000. A prostitute will want $100, and she's very pretty. I know what your budget is. You don't have a marketing budget. If you had a marketing budget, you could be able to say, hey, I'm going to get a model, I'm going to get a spokeswoman, all these things. You don't have that. If you're just looking for a pretty girl to spend time with you for a little bit so you can talk with her, there's nothing wrong with a lady of the night.
a prostitute doesn't look like a prostitute.
No, I mean, prostitutes in Los Angeles, I know it's different. LA is different, but you could get a very good looking woman for $200 for 30 minutes or an hour, and she'll say whatever you want her to say. I mean, and this is a girl who, on basically any guy's list, is a 8 to a 10. She's really, really pretty woman. We're not talking. A lot of women won't do that. This is Reverend Andrew. All women, all people are prostitutes. Everybody's got a price. What's wrong with that? It's an easy. Exactly. Everybody. So these are just women who put their amount out there. So it allows you to scroll through really quickly. Oh, this is an easy one. Boom. Hey, let's do this. As opposed to I'm gonna wait at the library until a good looking girl comes by and I've got to beg her and plead with her to please me in my Instagram reel. Nobody wants that. But some girl who's like, hey, I if this person understands that this is what I do, um, she'll be down for it. Get out of here. I don't know what kind of prostitutes you're around, but you don't have to worry about a hazmat suit. These women take care of themselves.
I'm not fucking with her. I'm not fucking with her. I'm not fucking with her.
He's not having sex with her. What are you talking about? Tony, Tony, you and I both know that these are the same women who are going to the mall, and they're the same women going to the coffee shop. Uh, Reverend Andrew's worried about cooties. He shouldn't be worried about cooties. These are women perhaps who are cleaner than your average woman in many ways because they know they have to protect themselves. You find a good looking girl, you say to her, hey, I would like you to interview you on my podcast for $100 or $200 for 30 minutes or whatever her price is, and you're done. You could do it virtually. You don't even have to meet with her. You're using her for her looks, and she understands that. She's used for her looks all the time. What did you say?
I'm just going to try find on Kik is so much more easier and best is it's a weekend, so a lot of these girls will be on there.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, and it's free. They don't want money. The reason why I say that, I was just looking at my computer that's making clips on people, and I was like, wow, this is a perfect example. This is a good-looking girl who has no one watching her, and Tony should just jump at the chance with this girl. And then I'm not saying you only do girls, you mix it up. But right now you do like 10 guys to every one girl. That's what we just said. That's what we just said. Yeah,
That
that's
is
what
true, and weekend is the best.
we we did that yesterday with someone, and I was just saying, he's doing he's doing this with a lot of guys, and it's more difficult to get girls.
I have heard that.
I know, but you don't have a lot of
I
girls.
like
I,
three girls.
I know,
Oh, true.
I know. Like I said, 1 in 10. And you want to get it to 50-50 if you can. In the social media world, women garner 10 times more attention.
That's sadly the truth.
It is absolutely true. And a good-looking girl garners 100 times more attention. And Tony, what you should do, I don't mean to tell you how you have to do this, but you should also take some risks with some bigger influencers on Kick. Someone who's reading the chat and might have 30 or 40 or 50 people watching her. And you say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And she say, sure. Send me a message on Instagram. Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? Then you're at least getting an
It's a little bit
opportunity.
easy.
The one thing,
Sorry.
the one thing that I would do though, Tony, is I would not use Like Podcast, that Kick account that you have. I would use a different one because if somebody blocks you, you're blocked forever, and you don't want to, lose that your real account if you do this. So I would make it Like Podcast Network or something like that.
Hmm.
Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Or you could say Life Podcast Network on YouTube. That's legitimate because then they know what to look for on YouTube. You can have up to like 25 characters on Kick, which would be, you're within that. So then you don't even have to say, hey, I'm Life Podcast Network on YouTube. That's in your name.
Oh, that's G. That's wow. Wow. That's that's that sounds very interesting.
And then every time you type, other people will see that and they'll look it up too. They'll be like, "What is Life Podcast Network?" And they'll type that in, and then that'll get more hits on your YouTube channel.
That's interesting.
And then if they don't like you and they ban you or whatever, they boot you. That's fine. Then you're not losing your primary account, which is Life Podcast.
I am mine for my own, and I am primary for life.
I know, but you need to have another one in case you annoy people or something like that. I'm not saying that you will, but if you do this enough, somebody's gonna be like, "I don't talk to me. I don't want to." And then another thing you can do is you need to build out. So I would make it Life Podcast Network on YouTube. And then I would build out the profile so that when people look at it, it just doesn't look blank. You can have all your links in there and and a profile that's defined for yourself. And then you're gonna look
So like
professional.
new YouTube.
No, a new kit.
Okay, okay.
And the username is Life Podcast Network on YouTube. And then you have to complete the profile. So you have to put all your links in. But then what these people are going to do, they're going to click your profile and and they're going to look at it, and you're going to have all your stuff in there, and they're like, oh, this person's legitimate. Right now, if I click your for live podcast on Kick, there's nothing there. It looks like it's just a blank account.
Yeah, that's very important.
It is. I'll be right back. Tony, did you make your account yet?
Right now, I am uploading videos for Spotify and for Amazon and for this.
Say no more. That's really good. I know that you can't get into your account on your computer. Is that right? I should be specific. Apologies. I know you can't get into your Discord account on your computer. Is that correct?
Yes.
You need to create.
Yes, I can.
You can get in now.
I cannot. Still.
Okay, so you need to create you need to create a new account. So just make sure you do that, okay?
Yeah, I will. Don't worry, I will.
Okay, well, I just keep track of the list of the stuff that you have to do so you don't forget, right?
And this is very nice. Very nice.
When's the last time you posted on X? Do you want to be on my podcast?
Oh my, long, in last week, not this week.
That's okay, but you want to make sure you do that at least weekly. That's how I found out about you, and that's how we became friends.
That's no, you find out about me because I posted that post about Australian veteran.
About what?
About the Australian veterans in the army.
What are you talking about?
The first message you sent me, and you want to be my podcast, is, I'm going to tell you, is this. I was saying, right after 1 week break, next week we recorded with the Australian Army veteran hand-to-hand combat instruction. Most men will never know what is right when the world after is desperate.
No, I wouldn't.
Just be yes.
No. You put out a podcast. You put out a message. Do you want to be on my podcast?
I'm gonna show it to you.
Hold on. I'm gonna look myself.
And you say, please check your DMs. I would love to be on your podcast.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I did. I bet around that time. Hold on. I bet around that time you sent out a message. Do you want to be on my podcast? Maybe you didn't, but I think you did.
Yeah.
Did you around that time you did put out a message? So I think I saw that message and then just replied to your most recent message or something like that.
I sent, I sent, yes, I sent a WhatsApp to you. I see my next guest on my podcast, and drive 7 days after that because cut me.
Right. Because here's why I say that. I just I just did a search of maybe I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I thought you asked, do you want to be on my podcast? If so, send me a DM. You didn't send it to me, you just put it out there as a tweet. Is that something that you ever tweeted?
Yes.
Exactly. And so I think I just found one of your tweets and put a message under there, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But the reason why I would have found you is because you said, do you want to be on my podcast? So what I'm telling you, or what I'm saying, is that it's very important that you put out the message, do you want to be on my podcast? Because that's how I found out about you, and that's perhaps how other people will find out about you.
True. Do you have a friends in real life, or do you have friends only here?
Well, I have lots of friends in real life.
Yeah.
Lots.
Do you meet them?
I used to before I did my live stream. Now that I do my live stream, I still meet with them, but they don't want to be on the stream.
Yeah. It's a wrong no
No, I mean,
positions.
I still connect with them, but I've had some of them be on the live stream. But so it's not that I've only been alone, but generally they have like, they've gotten married, they have children. This is a thing that they're worried about their jobs and things like that. So I understand.
Yeah.
But I still talk with my friends I am.
I don't have so much friends in our. Eleven, Andrew, I will gonna tell you something. Okay? If you ever want to have guest on your podcast, and you don't have no one, you can always check me. I am available.
And I can't be on your podcast. I see how it is.
What do you mean? I'm just trying to help.
I know. And I gave you a really good idea the other day about a series, and you never replied to me.
I want to do a series with you guys. I want to really do it, but I don't know if your girl want to be there too.
No, I want to do a series on futurism.
Yeah, and I am ready
All right, you want to do it right now?
right now.
No, we'll do it in the future when you're ready.
But we're going to do it definitely on this weekend. Definitely.
Don't say definitely. You may have other things that are ready. What I'm saying to you is,
Ah,
let me provide you with an outline of a proposal. Is that okay?
Mhm. Yeah, previous proposal. Yeah.
Not a business proposal, but just a proposal that we discussed.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Really, what I want to do is go through a website with you that I think is really interesting, but nobody talks about. I want you to go to this website right now. Would you please?
Of course. So, what is the website?
FutureTimeline.net.
Future timeline. Next.
Dot
Dot.
net.
Oh, future technologies. Yeah, that's interesting.
Read through that website, and you'll want to do a series with me.
Okay. Welcome to future. Explore our timeline on future. Predictions 21 century, 22 century, 21st century beyond. We can definitely do that. Yeah.
But just read
We
through.
can
Just read
definitely.
read through some of it.
Yeah, I am reading. Where is that, by the way? Before Rothschild, after the books I found 2010, Japanese, Simon Queen Elizabeth, Euro. Oh, football is there too. That's crazy.
Isn't it?
Yes, that's crazy. Football is there too. Euro, Euro 2016 is there too. That's crazy. It's not going to be there. Already Spain, 3% babies, China compared. That's interesting.
I agree. But what I'm saying to you is that the podcast, I'll read those things and then we discuss them. Does that sound good?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah. Because it's really interesting, and I so, but there's a lot there. You got to understand. This goes millions of years into the future, like until the sun gives out like all its energy. Like this isn't just like okay, well we're gonna do it in in a half hour or something like that. We need to take time and we'll do this.
3 hours,
No. We'll do like an hour and maybe get to the end of the century and then another hour for the next 500 years and then another hour for the next 1,000 years.
that's crazy.
This
Yeah,
might be like 10 sessions or something. But uh,
technology.
keep reading that website. Just keep reading it. It's fascinating. It's almost like aliens put that website together. Like I can't find its origins. I've never
Yes,
heard anybody talk about it, but it's absolutely fascinating.
Da Vinci mission to Venus 2028, 2032. That's crazy. Romance and Romania, Euro. Bro, who done this? It's like future.
It's like aliens, right?
Yes, yes,
And so I've never been
yes.
able.
It's like fucking alien movie.
I know, and I've never been able. I've talked about it, and I love that website, but I've never been recorded to discuss it. If that makes sense.
Yeah. 2031 generative AI, trillion-dollar market, Euro, Brunaranta, Da Vinci. Oh my god, that's cheap.
Keep reading, and then when you go, just keep.
Okay,
It's absolutely fascinating.
okay,
Uh,
yeah.
go to the 22nd century and scroll all the way down. scroll all the way down, and it has more information about all the events.
It's very good, very good. And okay, high-tech automatic cities. Total solar eclipse in London. Wow, wow. That's 2,190. The liter of oxygen has fallen to 300. Wow. We will definitely have to do that because this is I'm like very I am wow.
Exactly. And I mentioned this to you that night you were mad at me, and you're like, man, 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 man. And I'm like, no, this will be really good. This will be a series that we can do. And you're like, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. And I understand you were tired or whatever, but this is a perfect thing for you. That, like, yeah, you can do interviews with people, but we could do this where you interview me, we read it, we talk about the subjects, and then you can put a playlist together on futurism, and that could get a lot of hits because we're talking about really interesting things.
Yeah, we will definitely
When
try
when
try rocking.
okay, when is your next podcast?
My next podcast is in like 7 hours,
You want
8 hours.
you want to do it now?
Right now it's not good time because we are going to have cleaning lady here soon, and she is going to clean my room too, and I need to be home. So it's not a good time.
Can't you just tell her don't clean my room today?
If I be gonna need to clean my room, and I'm not good into cleaning.
Okay. How long?
I'm not good into cleaning.
Okay, that's fine.
But like we were definitely going to do that. Like this is so fascinating because I love talking about matrix. I love talking about the future, and this is future.
Exactly. That's why I said it. I think it'll be a really interesting conversation that we can have.
And I don't see anyone who is talking about that.
I agree. I agree with you. And I was gonna do this with somebody else, but they got busy with their job, and I could still do it with them. I mean, this isn't my website, and we'll give credit to it, but we'll be like, I will say, I found this website years ago, and I've never heard anybody talk about it, and I think it's really fascinating. And Antonin or Tony and I are gonna go through the different events. We're going to talk about them. So if you're interested in the future, buckle up because this is going to be a really interesting conversation, and we're going to have a really interesting series of these different conversations into the future. And Tony, I bet you we probably, if we do it all, there's a lot there. It'll probably be 5 to 10 sessions at least.
That's that's cheap. That is cheap. That is like wow. And I can do like more level. I can like if we are going to talk about something, and this is like some pictures. I can share my screen, and we can talk about this.
Absolutely. I would. I know it's your podcast, but I would be the one probably to read because it's in English, and I'm more familiar with English. But
Yeah.
uh, you can certainly ask questions, and we can talk about it. That's what's going to be important. And uh, like the writing there is pretty advanced, but is still digestible to the normal audience. And I've never known anybody to talk about that website, and it's fascinating to me.
Bro, they have only they doesn't have even 2,000 followers on Instagram. That is crazy.
It's wild. It's I say I say this to you. It's like an alien seeded this information
Yes.
on the website and then just walked away. That's I found this one day and I was like, wait a second, this is like a playbook for what's going to happen on Earth in the future, and nobody knows about this. Uh, it's absolutely fascinating to me. There's another website that I found like this that I've shown other people, and they're like, I go to that website all the time now. It's like a Wikipedia for like higher thinking. It's called.
1 million beyond. Oh my god.
Isn't that wild?
Africa with heroes falling in mountains range to the Himalayas. That's fucking crazy.
Absolutely.
That era of universe, dangerous era of bro. Wow.
It goes even further than that, though. It goes into like 10 billion years in the future. It goes really, really far.
If we are doing this series it can be what like up to 10 years. This is time capsule that we are doing.
That's why I think it was an interesting series, and that's why when I knew you didn't get it because I even just said like we'll do it, but it takes a while, and uh, you were like, okay, yeah, 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 but I'm gonna do my other interviews too, and I'm like, I understand that, and I get that, and I want you to do that, but this is a different kind of series. This is in depth
Yeah.
on this topic, and well, I have a question.
This can be
When's your cleaning lady coming? When's your cleaning lady coming?
like anytime now.
Okay.
Anytime now. So I will be going. You will go to sleep, and when
No,
you are
no,
woke up
no,
and you have time,
no.
I will be there.
I'll probably be awake. So because I slept really late. So why don't you? I mean, look, why don't you can get mad at me and that's fine. Why don't we just start it right now? When your cleaning lady knocks on the door, we'll make a hard cut, and then she can clean your room or whatever. I'll take a break, and then we finish.
But like hard cut, but like Adele gonna need to. No. I want to be focused just on this episode, not focus what my cleaning lady is coming. I want to be focused on this, on that full intention.
You're not gonna have to do anything. You're literally gonna just you. I understand what you're saying. I get that. But your cleaning lady could come in the next hour. She could come in the next 3 hours. There's a potential that we do an hour long discussion of this, and then she comes, and then you've got one done. We've got one done. If
Don't ask me now.
okay, okay, I respect that.
The cleaning lady is here.
Perfect, perfect. So then we can do it when she's
Yeah,
done, right?
yeah, semangkuk dulu. Ya, dia pegang. Ya, ano. So let me ask you guys a question.
Ask us your question.
In an ideal society, on the Western top of heaven, what age the world their potential to be necessary? What age do you think you would get?
in a perfect world, yeah. Whenever someone is biologically mature, that
I will going to say like 8 or 9 years.
no, I mean I'm not saying that that's incorrect, but you're not biological. You can't have children yet. So I would say 12, 13, and then that would just give you the longest amount of period of time to be able to reproduce. If you're looking at things from a purely reproductive standpoint,
I think it's like 30 to 32.
well, then there's I agree. And then there's the argument to be made only after your frontal cortex begins maturing, which is like 26. So I personally like the 26 idea. I feel that you should be completely mature, but I understand that that's not how it works. I think you should be 26 before you enter into a contract. To me, you're taking advantage of young people if their brains aren't fully formed, but I don't make those decisions.
Yeah. So me too. Guys, I will go.
How long? Absolutely. How long till you return, Tony?
Oh, maximum 2 hours.
Get out of here. This woman isn't going to be cleaning your room for 2 hours.
Okay, 1 hour.
Okay, so listen. I don't know what time it is where you are. It's 2:38 where I am. So in 1 hour, so when it's 3:38 where I am, you better be back here. Is that a deal?
Yes,
Okay, excellent.
yes, yes.
Okay, cool. Best wishes.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you so guys. Bye.
Take
Have
care.
a good night. Bye bye. Thank you. God bless you. Bye.
Well, it's just it only makes sense from a biological standpoint if you want to have the most amount of offspring. Then at a point of sexual maturity would be when you would connect with your partner. Right. I mean, it would avoid all of that. That's subjective, but it's just if you're looking at a given population and you want to have the most amount of children, then the best time to connect with each other would be at sexual maturity. Well, there's an argument to be made, and I make this argument. We talked earlier about being able to upload your mind and everything. If you can do that and basically live indefinitely, then you shouldn't have lifetime contracts anymore. There shouldn't be lifetime guarantees. Marriage should be a temporary contract that you would have with another person that you could get renewed, but after a certain amount of time, you could not renew it. If not, then marriage is really a punishment.
I would think it won't. It would be absolute, pretty much absolute biological, environmental, social type divorce.
That's becoming a reality. They already have a
I know.
they,
It's already. It's
sci-
already.
scientists 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 in Japan just announced that they have an injection for cats to expand their average life expectancy from age 15 to 30.
I don't know what's the heck of somebody's life, technological age, or what the exception is for that.
Okay.
Potential escape from matrix. That's God. God directly. Potential escape. That's right. It has to do when you're describing it as a potential escape.
All right. Well,
Biologically.
believe whatever you want.
Well, people think they want it, but so when they want it, they do it. And you react in your head because because you live in the way you react and then it's an unrealistic reaction. Gotcha. That's why you know it's different when um, baptizing getting baptized vice versa. Instead of one hand holding Christ, both hands are full. Right. You only get a hand. Right. One drop.
I agree with you. Anyone who thinks that the usage of perhaps pharmaceuticals to extend the life is not transhuman, is not transhuman, I feel is blind. There's, that's a, that's certainly an argument. Are you at you're at your computer? Uh, Go to a website. This is the one that I was telling about, which I was telling Tony. Go to futuretimeline.net. All right, well, let it be whatever you want.
Anyway, so they're watching the internet all day. So they allow them to call and report on traffic congestion. They do not use the word Albania. Now, if you think about it for a second, if the word I have here is Albanian masculinity, what does it mean? Now, I know in English it kind of stumped me. I'm not such an English guy, but sometimes, especially when I do spelling, you can find you can hear this. Could you follow me someplace? Instead of with me, I'm not. The word follow again. I'm not saying it's the same word, but in English we also have like similar words that don't mean similar things. So as much as they cannot use the word Albanian, they can use the word Lithuanian. And you know this is funny. If you think about it. One, Albanian is Lithuanian. 30 days Lithuanian is relatively, when I think back, I think of that. So 30 days out is not good. Short explaining, but again, now this is, if you tell me, and it says here, the Bible read over in Albania. And as you can review, you have an extra emoji with the word God. In case I forgot to put up power, you go to your power, no power. You're in Lithuania. Of course, there's no word Italian. Something's going to tell you about the power. So you say, Maria Clarice Ezra Nelson Mutazan Abanka. You say, Ken, from a Tefillah, she gives a Tefillah, and then after she gives like the bread. I guess you can't really say, hey, this is instead of the bread, this is your napkin, you this. Very respectful. I thought I was brilliant, but the people think I'm Albanian, so I said, good, forgive me my words, Your Honor. I think I have something bad against you. But listen, just give me a napkin. So I'm not kidding you. I had like a straw full of tea and water, a little bit of Albania. You probably all know. For those Albanians, maybe in the States, it's not because it's misleading. I actually want to put some glycerin and whatever, a mess, just a mess. I don't actually say the word for you. And there you have Minoy, Maria Clarice, Ezra, Nelson, Matazan Abankai. People, I don't know what it is. People think that borrowing money is like, it's like when you're rich. You know, it doesn't feel like that. It's weird. America doesn't apply over here. I don't know why. You never let me know anything at the end of the day, and it's so annoying because I go to the complain. Listen, I don't want them here. They're just taking it. Take them. Malaysia Matazan Abankai. Mekayim Elokim Shabbat B'Yushalayim. Mekayim Shabbat. We call that Shabbos Kodesh, which also happens to be that Motzei Shabbos is going to be Light Seder. So what do you have to do on Shabbos? You have to bring a Korban Pesach. But I don't have a Korban Pesach. Why? Because I forgot the deadline. I was traveling. Whoops. By the way, this is Chris Moshe. The show started backwards. Oh yeah, fuck. I forgot to get a Korban Pesach. Now it's Shabbos. What do I do? Maria Clarissa Ezra Nelson Mutazan. Now, the Korban Pesach, that's already expensive. Right over $1,000. Maybe $1,100. So I give you a mashke, and I could give you a Korban Pesach, no problem. I said, cool, listen, this is tempting. For example, this happens. I'll give you a Korban Pesach. You give me a coat. After Pesach, on Monday, you come back and take my take the coat back. You tell me where to use that. But if you're a husband, I don't want that. And the thing is, I know you're going to tell me, Michelle, it's Monday. Says the Gemara in Yevamot, Lashon Hara. Nice Mahashiveni, nice Mahashiveni. Well, what's the difference over here? Why can't you use the word Albania, but you use the word Hashiveni? Amalei, Hashiveni l'asli mitzvah. Albania asli mitzvah. Doesn't say that he's going to start writing stuff down. No. Also, like I have the entire Sikha in shop. I went to the Magnificat. I said Shas, so I have all the things. So in Chicago, these people knew about it, and a lot of the ladies would come to me because I buy a book of Talmud, you have to write it down. If you don't write it down, because a lot of times people forget. People just say things, whatever. You write it down. So I don't think things you write down. Something that's only for a few days, whatever, you don't necessarily write it down. So since Albanian is Stam Alpar 21 is 30 days out, so the Monday might write down a Shabbos. I said, okay, yeah, so comes like Hashiveni means so what's the difference? Because Albania is more for things like food and wine. So I don't think that's bad food. I those are fast grant money, so it's long term. But let's say I lend you a tool is not long term. I lend you a stable curriculum or a book or whatever, it's not long term. So I can come back to you at any given time and say, hey, I want my tool back. I want my book back. It's going to pay for that. So you borrow my time. I don't lend you my time for 30 days. I lend you to read it over to me. Then I have to write it down. Oh, Tony borrowed my time. So I'm going to get that card back. I'm going to get that tool back. So therefore, when you can use the marketing hostility, I'm not concerned if the guy just sold one thing, like you said. But I'm waiting, since it's long term, he's going for longer term. How can we make it? I think in my world, the fees of being a motivated animal hostility, sometimes you need to have this, borrow this thing, because if you mix up the words, you don't have Persia had a certain hostility in Albania. And even if a guy says Albanian can make ties, he'll give you a tie. You don't just, oh, he's going to take it for 30 days. No, the 30, he needs to be tomorrow. He's going to give it back to you after 3 hours, after a day. But the guy said Albania. Hey, he said Albania. These people are not careful. So speaking of which, those two words I just explained, where people just use them all over the place without really want to. So they put it over there, and the novice doesn't care that he said it. Russian and Litvak decide to comment on Litvak. So maybe in the Mitzvah guy will write it down. So maybe on Shabbos will write it down. So even using the other word, Hashirema, maybe someone will write it down. Look, you want to borrow this word from me? I'll tell you write it down quickly. So he said Albanian. But Albanian can mean Hashirema. He probably said Hashirema, but Hashirema can mean Albanian. You understand? But I love it too, but I love it quickly. Great Gemara, my Ishama, Shmi Hashirema, Shmi Albanian. But this is what it says. Don't use the word Albanian. This is what I'm going to get to now. No word to use Hashirema. Albanian Shorman, Mikra Mitzvah, Be'etzim, Saying Lahikr, people know that the syllable will be one time. Yes, in the mitzvah, people use it all over the place, but it's not a granat. The Torah uses it Albania, many. But that itself is enough to trigger something in the brain. Say, wait a minute. Oh, father, but then like, listen, Father, you said this. I've been doing that for years. We have our white words that I'm writing based on the experience the way you're acting, why you're doing it, whatever your attitude is, but you just, if there's no clarity, actually, no, I mean, you don't even mind that. He's living a picture great guy. And now he's a business partner. I said, use the word fear. The other word I want you to try, Lord, Lord, you're the Torah, mitzvah, learn, like you said. The Bible doesn't say do something wrong. Why is it when it's drawing water from nothing, it's poured out there? Because it's a very distinctive drink. That just means, how many times a day, how many words? Let's make it simple. Yeshua Amalei. What are you going to do? What exactly are you going to do to make it true? How are you going to do it? So there's a number of things you can do. You can change the size of the cup. You get that larger size or smaller size. You keep growing the cup. But all these things, says the Gemara, don't work. Take the apple, divide it in half the apple. It should have a very large size. Maybe made of extra big bars. You know, it's big. But don't just use the smaller size. When it comes to the day, they need 10 years. So it doesn't matter what size. So we're going to have to throw them right aside. We're not going to keep this. We're going to leave it. Okay, why did you do that? He said, oh, well, it's not true anymore. Luckily, in our Shabbos, there's no choice. It's too much work. Oh, now you don't have to do it. Now you have to have. So they made pizza. So on Shabbos, instead of making two chips, make one chip with a very large part. So they packed the mattress. So at the end of the day, they are carrying more, getting heavier, doing other things more. You got that whole sugar, just carrying heavy weight. Worse than making more chips. Okay, whatever we come up with. Each one has its own concern. All right, with pigs, you have chicken and chicken and pigs, cow pigs. By Shia Jesus, with the fruit of the pig, you're not going to live. The Torah says it's something, it's $1,000. well, water, I mean, he said, so put a nice scarf over it. He said, well, what kind of scarf? Oh, it's like, okay, make it clean. And show them a difference. I said, well, you can take a sparkler and start using oil. You're going to come to the surface. And maybe hopefully, irritating, you're turning yourself into kind of cockroach. You know what I mean? Because now you're turning inside the city. Because the city over there in the Daysport talks about water for him. No issue with water. He said there's no issue. He says because people only drink water because water moves with gravity. It brings stars all through the city. Oil or wine brings electricity. Now what I'm speaking to some people say, well, the elevators make the same amount of light with water. The elevators come out of stars or Tesla, like you said, every makes water. You have no electricity. The gravity should help your accelerator go faster. There's no suppression liquid. But as with a spring, it wants to fall off, it falls off. As with a type of fish, sometimes it swims over. You're adding just water becomes the intended solid water. Look at what that's not. Look at why I'm not producing. It's producing the debris and the waste. Now, what the lesson together about our apartment? So I always thought that all this rubble was made after the same building. You see here, even in County Dover, there's another rubble pile of 130 tons. What the shocking bit is possibly the resident. This is a very critical lesson. This is actually our lesson is particular to us on a Shabbos basis for this city. Things are like, now Shabbos has started. Shabbos has started. Some work on things to do and plan, work on transport is simple. Simple. Also, not to make the compromise sometimes. Why? The reason why, because in my apartment we adjust a few seals. This part of a few components instantly hangs up and you use it in the right locations. But when you constantly track your stuff when you're not doing it all, then it doesn't work. Now, Shabbos obviously. So just as a little bit of fun what I used to do, I found a beautiful cartier ring in military trinket one day, or the other ubiquitous Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, but what I thought was like this. First of all, I opened one and found that the license plate was running out of battery. There was another two in transit. So what the guys said to me, they said, get over to me. I just told them, get on to me. They said like, you're not gonna get. First of all, when you know that, that's what you think is a weird thing. When it comes to testing or something special happens, if you see something, it's okay. Everything is unreal. But what's interesting when I first started seeing Simmons just one day, literally, I'll give you a line item. Here it is. One day, he started seeing 3 hours it started seeing. Started seeing 8 hours. It started seeing 8 hours today. But the reason it wasn't 7 hours today, let me tell you, I'll give you one quick reason why it's not in there. This is very simple. Let me listen together. You understand, just think about why not. So the comment section saying, started seeing that way later. Okay, great. Because it's going to start charging you 2 days a day. Now what that day tells me is, that says, you go back to the cable subscription and you have to take it out, because otherwise the same guy can send down another $5. And at first I thought, why? Because like, I'm just a solar, the ground, the architect, that's not what I thought. So the business wanted to bring you down because of the money. It's because they want something to be optimal. So what's the point in life, or what's the point of life that I'm trying to say? What do you think because you're off 30% of your life? Don't stop it. Now is a form of work I do have to say that the only thing I can say is that first off, when I was saying I played music at 16 years, even 16 is not complicated. Very simple. First thing you know, like this. But almost as if the comments were not, because everybody started waiting for a whole lecture. It was like, guys, say all this again, but like, okay. Everybody knows lecture after lecture, everybody like push back the point. Literally, so they're only talking about like the actual here part of the letter, whatever is really what they want to say. The letter is really good, but like you said, everybody was trolling. Literally, because they wanted to see who was going to teach it anyway. Therefore, they wanted to like educate the masses. Not educating like really not enough sense, not to complain. Like I guess you could elaborate a little bit on that part. Like it was the point I wanted to make is besides for the fact that like anything you can understand, people like David Al Rodgers, you see that people really listen to this kind of they got really very well content on people already. Now I think in some ways they might not show what's wrong with that today. Because let's be honest, as far as this whole truth and failure, if you cover the marriage, you're not missing that. I know you're close. I've been knowing you longer than this year. I've been around longer than this year. Even some people been up longer. So you have enough, you know, this is enough. I'm not going to take a lot of it. This is enough. Just to play with you, I mean, there's lectures obviously that are good, right? And some of them are trash. Sit and sit right there. Let it sit at the floor of your mother's basement. Let's say the baby is something that your mother is trying to control. Let them talk and you guys argue for however many minutes you want to. Let the hell be gone. Now, if I was to take away one, right? You see that the women, like I said, women on the side with whatever, with husbands on the side with men. There's people with that kind of belief. Therefore, right there, right by the lecture, they're going to start saying, well, this is wrong. This is wrong. Do I want to learn this? Very few of us learn. I don't want to learn or debate it. Period. I'm not going to say. Listen, man, listen to me. Look at the topic that you're hearing that eventually the couple significantly arguing are we both going to agree on yes or no? Because everyone, whether you're saying whether you're married, how can you say that you agree? Here, ladies, you take the time out to confirm that you agree. All right. Oh, but could it hear now you say with the delay? Hold on. Hold there for a second. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You probably wouldn't know that. All right. All right. The first time in 2 years that we've had this issue with marriage. Wow. I don't know, but we always want people to hear it. Amazing. Okay. All right. Here we go. It says 26 months. 3 or minus 2 of the chemical content. That's what I've been hearing. That that's what it is. You didn't know this. Welcome to Mark. So you said you can just show me that you agree. like people do that very well. If you tell them that you're supposed to be right or whatever to a bunch of strangers like the Rothschild, not the cops, you're going to tell me that you're not going to listen. You're not going to, now listen, you know that they're not going to listen. You're going to tell them. You know these people, I'm saying you get better to talk about their connections. And let them be over, let them do it for not to be overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? Tell me now, I don't even know what you're about. It's like, you know, you can be like, I want to ask you, if you see somebody being over like that, go to them. Right? It's true. It's true. Subscribe to the channel to YouTube. Okay, hold on. Let me get this 1 second. So, that's what happened again. Alright. Okay, is it better? No static? Alright. Even better, eventually. Alright. So, you're not gonna make it to like, you're not gonna, whatever, 32. Who's 32? What's going on here? Look at that, look, look. They're talking about like power of like this. YouTube might apologize. YouTube. There you go. Alright, back to the motor. Yeah. One unfortunately for the people that do, they're not gonna listen. No. They're going to the settings. Advanced settings. Yep, I can do that. Okay. No, because you asked me for permission to do a camera, and I said yes. I didn't know for that. That's it. You have to have permission, no? Alright. Whoever it is, please stop using the camera. Thank you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even know how many reaction is. I was thinking I was supposed to go back and say, I said a voice, it doesn't matter. It's easier. Like, you have to tell somebody, be careful, and you're about to get everybody right here. Russians are the legendary ISO. Even if they're like, how can you call Thomas? And I'm laughing. And they don't have to tell them, because if they tell them, then you see the guy about to go to a pawn shop, he knows very well. You start telling him, hey, you know, something Torah, this, that. He's gonna do it anyway. So why make him do it realistic and make it with whatever story in your mind? He's not a hacker. He thinks he's gonna be like that. Apparently he thinks he's gonna be like that. Oh, I can talk to you on a computer, and you must have a little bit for your system. Very isolated. Because I didn't know because also you could talk about the first. It says in the Tosfos, one person would say, because it says Zayin, אף בעשר החודש השביעי הזה לא מכיפור, right? It's saying that we enter number 28, Vayimach. The problem is now it's end of the year, and you have a question, well, you think Yom Kippur. It's still a faith. Don't stop. It's a nice day, it's successful. It's amazing. So from here we learn by the fear of Israel. You have to add a little bit to Yom Kippur. Very funny. Maybe go out a little bit so you can see this, whatever. And you might that also shows me the people in your life to you. Because I do know you're always around taking the stuff down, so you see that people go to the last minute stuff. You want to people that always want you to get together and steal your stuff, and all the way to Bell's concert. You may not know anybody, and that's a way that it kind of tells you to add a little bit of interest. I'm setting up a thing. Thank you, tomorrow. Okay, you said my breakfast is fine. It's fine. You bad news because I was telling you yesterday. Really? So let me decide what winner is it. After tomorrow, the stars of the also start talking about me. What's going on? You know, I say something. There's a concept of salt itself. When it comes to rivers, even when it comes to, let's say, if I give you a bushel of wheat, you cannot return a bushel of wheat. Why? You can't. I have a market. You have a market. So what happens if the market goes up? The value of the wheat goes up. So by the time I return it to you, I borrowed $100,000 worth of wheat. But today, that same bushel costs $150. So now I'm giving you back $150. My prices truly stay the same for yourself across, your facility. Zero change, zero anything. Okay? If I follow, like I'm making money on this. Like you said, you don't look at the money. The weed in the plant costs more, and now I'm giving you back. What's in my food supply? What is going on? It's already coming. Whose hand it is? Is it me? Or is it you guys? But so during diets, I'm saying that a woman could biogenically store fat, water fat, sugar, and sugar. Remember, and I'm saying that you guys, if I'm making biogenic, I'm storing it way. One time when you take people to yoga, you should never run a yoga class and say, oh, take a bite before and after you finish the class. I said, I'm giving you a yoga class. This yoga class costs $2. You even give me back the other $2. So I'm like, you should at least be fair to me because if the wheat goes up in value, then it's like you. So I'm thinking about people tell me how the situation of Paul, they know the Mitzvah to ask you to keep Shemoneh. We're talking about where there's a known price. Everybody knows. I love your bread. I think yours is good. I don't know. I don't really buy bread either. But I think a little bread is a sign of prices. The government is subsidizing bread. People want to compete to make a better price. It's like a known thing. So if I ask you to keep banana, there's a certain price, and there's a certain requirement that for the fact, if the hamburgers, if you know that you don't even have to say that this is worth $2 because it is $2, it ain't worth $3. So if the price goes up, all I'm gonna give you back is $2. However, I say that too, but no, but a place where it's unknown, therefore you have to respect that situation. We're living in says we're gonna alleviate the cost. My boss mentioned, and it's something I want to take note to follow. If you follow what I'm saying, if let's say I'm at a retail recovery, you can't get the price right. It's like your own hair. You follow, it's like your own hair. Desde normal, when you're in cover, when y'all know that retail prices, the famous people, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Smith, So what I'm saying, it sounds good, especially if the source calls the spiritual Rabbi says retail cover is better than. If there's one in a retail cover, I'll be honest with you, cover, especially if it's something inexpensive, I think I'm gonna be careful. If this is self-made sweat, I trust you, you're gonna pack it down. There's no writing, there's nothing written on it. Like this is what famous, yeah. No secret, people gonna start writing. Rabbi Kava, Olam Tezeh. The honest thing is, can't take the fact that that's your celebrity. You don't know. Watching you, because this is a perfect example. I want people to be happy ever after. Okay. They have there's no way out. The guy's in line, they'll never get paid. He loves family, he loves friends, he loves their business. There's no way he gets out. That's the reality. Now, nobody knows what's going on. You know, when he said, give him a time. He obviously said it maybe very smart. You should offer him a pay forever. Yeah, that's simple. It's a good thing. That's respectful. But why do you have to talk about it? Just think. He's the best in that situation. You know, 5,000 on the show. He walked away with that deal. He obviously said maybe he was tough and he was pay down. Situation that he was okay. Okay. That's why. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, you can talk about that. Like you said, with the bus ride, I mean, you know, it's
I'm in tech,
you,
and it's
you
like,
can
oh,
understand. Hey, you know, I
because
know
I
it's tough
do
for
know
some
the
guys.
reason why I'm in
All I
is
already
the
listen,
track
maybe
is
it's fun.
working on
Listen,
because
listen.
we
I
have
want
cookies
no
like
one getting paid.
we are leaving a trail,
We're working on a business.
and there was a positive
Whatever
way
you
to
can make it
basically
over time.
say rejecting it.
You understand
I
me?
don't understand like why it's on every fucking page. It's a pop-up. It's like, dude,
Buses are
oh,
legally by law.
reject all
I
non-essential
say don't
cookies.
touch whatever
Should be
buses
a
you want to
setting
no, no.
on a browser where I just never have to see this fucking cookie thing. I can't believe it. Anyway, so long as I'm not talking about cookies, these are amazing. Love cookies.
Hey, hey. Like Sunday, Monday,
There are some commercials. I can tell you all the best commercials of all time. Like what? Michael Jordan Gatorade. Um,
okay.
that Donald Duck orange juice. I've never seen a
Sunday,
commercial for it, but
oh,
just the fact that Donald Duck
this is
teamed up with orange juice, that's
okay.
amazing.
Let me ask something. This is really
Yeah.
complicated, and this is important. We know that something is Monday.
Is it kosher?
What is Monday? Not kidding. Let me see. Monday is possibly the first day of the sun. You see over here? Monday, what's the sun? In yellow.
We're looking it up.
Monday comes
How
after
did
Sunday.
Donald Duck get associated with
Possible
this
that
orange
Sunday
juice?
is a different
And like, why is he the only
since
Disney
Sunday
character
and
associated
Friday.
specifically
Maybe this guy
with that? How did this happen?
is red,
No,
and red is Ramadan.
I don't think I'm learning.
It's very possible that
Huh.
Monday is in fact
Come on,
the
dog.
first day of Elul, which
Dude,
means in the
this shit
beginning of a
takes
new year.
forever.
It's just another week that
Donald
starts
Duck. I
Monday.
know who Donald Duck
Not
is.
Rosh Hashanah. That's all I'm
Frozen
asking.
and refrigerated orange juice and boiled
So it's
natural
possible
flavors.
that
How
this
did he get
month,
into this?
Elul, is gonna be better.
Introduced in
Okay, you
1940,
know
it
it's
holds
not
the
the third of the
distinction
month.
as being the
It's not
longest
the end of
running
the month,
food
but
product
it's nice.
to feature a Disney
But
character.
but it's
Since
possible that
1941.
it's blue.
That's tight.
Possible because what am I using? And
Anyway,
therefore, it's in
Donald
fact the first day of Rosh Hashanah.
Duck,
So what do I do? I go to Search.
orange
I go to
juice,
social. I do the
kosher.
scene automatic paper, no thing. I do the whole thing.
Listen, it gets
It's possible
political.
that I'm just a regular Monday weekday, and I have to be careful that maybe that's a coincidence and
It's
not true.
important because
It's
it's
very possible
very
that
fun.
it's in fact Rosh
Kosher
Hashanah is
dietary
this month
consumers.
called Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, but just give it
That's
to
why I do 3 days. So the following day is Tuesday, and it's the second day of Rosh Hashanah.
Why?
It's for sure touching
It
Pei
seems
Aleph.
political.
Like this one, right over here, this Monday is either touching Pei, the last day
Let's
of touching Pei, or the first day of touching Pei Aleph.
And here's the thing, it could have been
One or
kosher
the
when I
other.
was a kid in the
Very
hospital.
good point.
That
Because
shit happens.
there's halacha that
Or,
all laws are canceled on the final day of Rosh Hashanah, of the year, of season. So this day right over here happens to be the last day of a Shemitah year, perhaps. Or maybe this is the last day of a Shemitah year. I don't know. Maybe it's yearly, or maybe every. What happened was there was a bunch of people that got together and they bought an animal on Rosh Hashanah, on that day. So one guy paid for it, and he decided not to clean up himself. Now, if it's the last day of touching pay, seems like it's free. Listen here, you don't get any money back. Or if the
They
first day
shouldn't
of
look.
election
I've seen it online.
year
People
and it's
I've
late,
seen shit.
and listen, 7 years from now, there's nothing to worry about except the paper.
Flip it over and it says on the back of
Stop it
it.
going on either.
I don't know if it's exactly this, but like,
I'm from the
there should
first
just
time
be
you
like
don't
a
vote.
thing, like a nutrition test to tell you if somebody's kosher or not, if it's organic or
Listen,
not, if it's
I'm
gluten
just,
free or
I'm
not.
just,
All that bullshit. Anyway,
this is podcast hour
but
number,
the fucking
and this guy over here, I don't know. This is a big unknown. This could be
actually
real.
you,
This is not
that
known.
commercial
This could be
for
just the day after fucking
the airlines,
the kid ever.
veterans, there's
So far
right.
now, Pakistan, I'm still sleeping.
What else?
Or this day, it's all in the same day. Or this day could be the first day of the next year, the higher fish rate, and it's a plus
I
rate
can
amount
make
of
some
milk
other
that you this month living. So they want the
that
20%
1984
and
Apple
your
commercial
20% taken
backwards.
out and you just with it. It's really very light
Apple
notification
versus
per
PC
hour.
was pretty iconic as well. Oh, so Windows
Let's
launch?
say it. Let's see what it says.
Dude, I had like a bunch of them all in launch. Anyway, this is about
Maybe
cookies.
this will start maybe more times in the video. It might be
Um,
when we start. Maybe it's starting earlier.
what
Where's
else?
the Gemara? Tashma. No, sorry. Where are we?
Next tonight, having to eat McDonald's, and I'm telling you that that's a
Multiple
classic
complaints.
commercial.
It's the sixth one
Really?
to American
Yeah.
Civil War. Multiple Rabbi and showed him components of fifth generation China. He stepped on an animal and he divided it between his buddies. Those are the pains. But as Rashi said,
So,
the first generation China. He
so
was their famous move was if
McDonald's
ever
cookies are
was
kosher McDonald's
a 40-day
and
month, it's a scheduled month. Remember,
and
that
some
number
good
of days, a 40-day month,
right
Nisan.
now,
And that
something
Nisan is beginning of
ten.
spring where
People be
the
like, what is
spring
this?
should be showing. Look at your college, it's past the
You
fall
can't
spring.
even like, no,
We
this
have
is
to let it
exactly
say,
what it's
it's happened,
not the
yeah.
bunch of Jews that really big
And
shit
when is it
happen.
going to happen? At the very last moment of the year. So therefore, this guy didn't get any
And
notice.
why didn't anybody ever give them
This
enough shit
time,
for not wearing
and
pants?
if it happened to be the
That's a good
first day
question.
of the year, it had to be the first day of Tishrei, and in the time. Most people,
Nobody's ever like, hey,
so
Daddy, you gotta keep
you
your
see
pants
that?
on. No. How would you like to be on the front of
This
the
is the
fucking
Gemara,
month?
Leviticus 7.
Tight.
But when did this guy do the whole law? On the
Anyway,
first day
what
of
else?
Nisan?
I don't know.
But Rabbi Yosef said that on Yom
Next
Tov,
Shabbos,
you cannot go there fasting.
Papa David,
As the Gemara, you can't go there fasting,
is that
not
even
the Shabbos. So what's the
tradition?
difference?
These are all
If
major
the law
things
is
that
tamper,
most
I
people
can't
don't
go to
do.
Bezdin anyway.
Um,
So anyway, so I have a question with it. So maybe the guy wants to go. But if it's Shmita, he doesn't have to
yeah,
go.
interesting.
He can't go because all he did was day. Or day does not affect.
Um,
So the Gemara, Shani
I
Rasa,
don't know.
first commandment. Look at it, Rabbi Yosef Shana Rasa Shmita. He says, Gemara Musa B'Kali.
And
Look at
then,
this. If you belong to Muslim, in an
ever.
animal,
Have
right?
you ever seen that
On
thing?
the
The only time I've ever heard about
yeah,
it
which is second
is
day. So I can go to bed
from
in
a
the morning of
Seinfeld
first day,
episode,
you got to
that
bed.
one
La,
with
just
the
he
wedding
said
cake.
he was on Yosef, you can go bed in
But
every day
see,
before
it's
night
still
day.
working.
But they had a
Anyway, you
commercial.
got a bunch of commercials
Says,
to watch.
but there's a
Really?
weekday.
Yeah.
Yes, you did
We
all the
were talking
300
about
you ate, the 115 days you ate the
great
other
commercials.
day,
Like,
and
these
you
are so
did
good
everything you ate
that
throughout the whole thing. You said it.
the
So
marketing agency shouldn't share it. These are like perfect
yeah, I
commercials.
know.
They
But
could change what's going on,
you know
but
what I made it
they
ever.
don't.
This is my days.
It's so good. It's like,
It's a
I don't know how
weekday.
you improve on this.
And
Like,
on Monday,
name the last
you
time you
spend
saw a
money
Chips
being
Ahoy
fat, you can
commercial.
go to bed.
Oh, wait. And this was
It's money
early
loose of the color.
CGI.
Okay, that's on the side, that's the weekday. Now what about if it's Monday? What's Monday say?
But it's
What
like
is the
a
difference?
classic song with
Okay,
the product. It doesn't
so
need it.
that guy could go both ways because he happens to be weekday.
Hey, let's start at the beginning, Bob.
In Walmart, now think about
Benny
it.
Goodman, sing.
Upper market
All you
value
need.
within 21 days. In other words,
Makes
today
you look
versus
puppy,
tomorrow.
doesn't it?
Youngster, youngster. Hey, Miss Hammer.
Makes you
Now,
want to dance.
youngster, if it's youngster, it's not sleep anymore. It's a new
Makes you
year.
want to work as a
Today
spy
versus future.
for the Allies.
So,
Really?
everybody goes
Yeah,
to
sure.
sleep right now.
See what
Here's
work
what
as
you
a
say to
spy
your
for the
future self.
Allies.
Now, if you can't do it, I want you to tell me today versus youngster.
And
That's
then
the way
that
to
at
take
the
care of
end,
you.
the
Right?
ding.
Hello,
That's
Benny
big.
Inside. Happy
Bells are
Halloween.
big, kid.
You can get it every anytime.
Benny
Hello,
Goodman.
young Trinity. Now, also for this, if you do, a deal.
Spy.
You lend somebody money,
Allies.
over here.
Really?
Yes, you do. I answer.
That's
You're
it.
looking for trouble.
That's
Take
it.
the
That's
basics.
it.
I'm not even trying to. What does it mean? Nothing. The word really means different.
Somebody.
How do you use it? And my inner assignment means, what is the meaning of inner assignment? I put right there. What did I tell that? Finish. I can't write a question. See, I already told you inner assignment. That's a big word right there. Give me
No.
your left. You never gonna do that. If you lend me I youngster, I'm not
No.
gonna do it. Because I want to pay you back later because I want to pay you back when you're ready. So what are you telling me? Alien assignment. Oh, by the way, you should do something with it. Right.
Somebody was a
You
spy.
for hitting cancer. Who cares? Just give the cancer because it's not dependent on them. It's dependent on the labor if you want to take it back or not. It's simple. You have no recourse. You can't go to prison. If you know the labor is such, and I'm telling you
Somebody was a spy.
that if he pays you, you can take the money. That's what it means. If what
Yeah.
what a shit. What an unbelievable. This is from the classics, man. On top of that, a whole cup of water just fell out. All right. Unbelievable. Beautiful. Can't wait to get back to this movie. I'm dreaming.
There's something to this.
Don't be tomorrow.
Um,
Hello, y habla de persona, American. Listen,
There's
first
something
of
to
all,
this.
Friday is the Shabbat. It's Mashma, that the first part of the mitzvah is the easy mitzvah. Again, the second part of the mitzvah is over there saying, pick it up. Either it's yontif or not yontif. If it's yontif, in other words, it's not sleeping. So there's no cancellation of loan. So if the guy decides to pay you, he says, good. Now what if it is sleeping and the guy decides to pay you? What's halacha then? Let's suffer. Let's suffer what? You can't make it? If I lend the guy $1,000 and sleeper comes and there's no backup, cancel it. And the guy says, here, here's the cash money. I can't pay it. So the Gemara, good, because of the condition. Let's go talk in the something. When the guy pays his money at the second time already, it's sleeper and it's canceled.
I'm not gonna say
Listen, we'll take it another
that he
time.
wasn't.
Egolei Torah in the Tanzania. The second part, which is Egolei Torah, is not because of the mitzvah. And not just like the spear. What does it mean to speak? Again, easy.
Hey,
The spear, not sleeper, but
I'm
it
so
means
sick of questions
when,
and
listen,
computer
listen,
because
when sleeper is there as
I
an
know these are
answer,
trappers,
like
and
Matan
they should
Nidra,
be
the man supposed to
just
is
setting on the computer just so
Yormoloi,
they
the
can
Shabbos. In other words, that if you have to sleep,
and that's makes me be
or
like, huh?
so
What box? He's like, yeah.
and after
What is
all,
it? It's just
sleeper came
some
along.
type of
And
technology
now
that
the
does
guy
it.
has a
I
loan
don't know, like that.
that
Maybe
the
like
bill
that
that he has
body
to
guy.
pay was canceled. Sleeper didn't pay the bill. He answered.
Anyway,
So I'm not the
we're
way.
talking about great
By the way, if you have kids,
advertisers
tomorrow we can't do that.
and how much commercials
And
and stuff.
then
Because
sleeper
I
comes
could be a
and sleep.
marketing guru, but
You need this is right. So listen,
the
sleeper
whiz.
stuff. This is not.
Anyway,
I want to pay you. Sleeper is here.
talking about
No,
vitamins.
I want to pay you
Yeah,
back.
I've never seen a commercial for vitamins,
Pay
but
you
they
back.
are
So let me tell
amazing.
you something.
And
And
those
then you go back to the
benefits at the end of
beginning.
the aisle. It's going to sign a little bit so everybody
This
knows
is
that
the
it's
beginning.
going
This
to
is
go
very
into.
specific side note.
Anyway,
I'm saying it when you have to. Yes.
there,
Now,
well,
I
have
want
you
to
ever
tell
seen
you
an editing
something.
commercial?
Literally something
I've
else.
watched a lot of television. No idea. That's in water. No idea. I've seen networks, and I know that they're at the supermarket. And I always want to check the pictures. When we talk about Donald Duck orange juice, how did Donald Duck get in the orange juice industry? 1941, Disney's largest product. That's because why doesn't Donald Duck wear a collar? Donald Duck is like that. Do what Donald Duck. I can get hungry. But no. Okay, do that Donald Duck drinking his ordering his own orange juice from a corner store to only him. What I was saying, like, there are some commercials that are like perfect, and they just don't need the channel. They could. This is early CGI too. Yes, kids. Oh, sure. No, it's not. Because if you ever you actually think that it was a orange juice, and then it's a orange juice, and it's not an orange juice, it's because the worst time it makes that drink, it's a weird one. Shout out to Edition, What'd you say? Oh, we're gonna do a podcast. I don't know where he is. He was supposed to be here 16 minutes ago. Did we choose them on that website I sent you? That's good.
Keep going. Come on, do this. The light comes to me later. Like I said, the light is always like that. People laughing, faceless, they singing over me. Defensive, they being defensive myself. Prove yourself. Because I'll be doubling. Just tell me that this shit. I only agree with you. What is your strategy for you? Basically, look at the way it happened. Sometimes I feel justifying I'm going to read off the wall. I'm going to take it just so I does it. But the problem is, if you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it. You're just going to stand up. Now, though, with the replays, so we don't think you wait to look for it. Maybe it's that more weekend. I don't know this thing at this point. Everybody, the first time I watched it, it was like, right? This is a last thing. You can trust one thing you never know. You also interesting. Go out and it's like 7 minutes and the action, the whole thing, and that's basically what I got people basically one of the shifts that we had that we used to do with the goat. The goat was you guys back in the day, this is so I think that's all bucket. So stuff. What about it? Lloyd is what's his name? Roy Stone. That is nice to look at. Sometimes it's a serious thing to happen, but it doesn't matter here. We got to come forward back. Play on the air. So they were off like they were kids, they okay, right? You won't be able to get up here because it's too hot. You won't be able to get up here. Don't go. I think you guys are something. Well, let's hold up. If you want to know the lowdown, here's my thing. My thing for you is because this is the kid that's been in the race for 20 years. And if it is your racing, hey, you should subscribe because you're going to race and you have somebody else that's really good. Okay, whatever. Take the question. But I don't want to talk about, I don't want to say, like, I'm going to prove something here because I'm not going to do that. Even down low. But just down radio. Who can say, out of the race for 2 years, only a few years I'm a winner. Not only that, remember, I'm getting younger, one of the winners. It's very clear that he's very different than he is there. We're going to talk about a medal winner, and we're going to talk about last year, very different all. But see over here, and then we're going to continue along with Logan. And by the way, I'm looking at all my pictures, and I get one way on top. You're probably wondering what it is, so here it is. Notice I'm close. The one on top says that I'm continuing to gain weight. The other one has it on top. And what it says is it's probably going to lose 5 pounds. I don't know. So the question I want to say does your night look so good, what about the fat? Because I might consider. I mean, because the fat is going to carry my fat. The weight I'm going to carry. So if you're really sensitive fat, everything is going to carry me. Because with less, I mean, you're going to end up on the low. Sometimes, you got, no. Less is what you like it. Because less I can do weight thing. But as you can tell, that's a predatory answer. It's a full package. And also I realize, hey, when I get at the top, usually I say I go to the top, but what I always say is, if you're going to stick to me, because it's quicker to get at the top, it's at 1 second than wait. But it takes more than a second or two, whatever, 2 seconds to get down from where it is. Sometimes it's so it's kind of path, whatever, to, so I suggest to say, I guess you can
Oh, I can watch that shit forever.
Putting that in a ring was really not just a matter of work. I wasn't really saying that a committed isn't the type of player. Not the type of player that plays for up to that limit. Here's the thing. The problem is, choosing a middle mid that is so good, you're looking at the middle, and look for the defense. You feel that the best defense is, and you pick it up, you look like the 623 after this. You look like you know, she is floating in the area. So imagine she's looking over that's where I was basically thinking about in the movie today. So she's looking at me, she said, hey, Dad, the question is, it's so look at how did I come up with a three system? It's so simple. I need a middle mid that takes top of the ring. One top, step, what is it? Nothing but not have to dedicate. Whether it's a cut, you can't stop anything. You can't stop a drip, a layup. It's nice when you play for a nice match, when it goes to the other opposition. By the time you reach the extreme or realize that it's non-existent, number one level, over here we're not talking about community. We're going to play. We're talking about getting to get extreme. So if, because we are, when you have to look at one, but even if you're not going to go to one, if you're 1-on-1 and just get extreme, like I did, we're a little bit savage. We said it right. The minute you're established, it's that mistake we make community. Once you start to wake up and realize what you're doing, you realize it's not. Then you can after the night, come up with school, talking with a middle mid. If you're not going to do it. Now we're nice enough to understand why is a middle very active. Lei facciamo anche la active eliminate because you can see in both cases they don't want to decent players. But here's the trick when you have a middle with a sharp edge, you're going to use that right away. You're going to go right to it. You want to have that 1 second to realize that it's not. What does it say there? The bottom line is it says that when a middle mid, it's a problem. It's a start. What if it's a black mid? Like we are playing. What if, here's a better start. What if it's a middle mid that's not tight and just cannot execute? Look at what's the maybe you heard the word phrase. He says that all middles are, or even more, all mirrors are illusions. But here's a way to say it. What it is that there's only metal, and essentially you can do this yourself. You can even if you play the finger. One middle mirror on different sides. Doesn't have it's one specific type of mirror called a sharp edge. Mirror that's actually, if it's not sharp edge, if it's not metal, if it's actually glass, you need a sharp edge. You with it? But a metal that's not sharp, here's the mirror inside. You get in, you sit hard, and don't say anything. And think of it's established a little more if it's not a sharp metal mirror. Luego que no se nos debe estamos aquí estamos habituados so that's the thing. Let's say you have on the wall a picture of Governor Edwards, very cute. This is a real movie painting. It was Governor Edwards here. And let's see a caption underneath that says, "Favorite vote." You know what? You can answer that. I'm sure the thing worked out. Let's look at this. Favorite vote. Favorite vote is right now, up now, if you had an image, the current update. And all of a sudden, look at this evening game. Dice Lamar, I'll tip you the Tyson coach is literally unethical. Why? This is Saudi Arabia Joe. I think they're in the but the Arab voice was ridiculous. You got it now. Why do you say you know this? What is that? Look at this. Yo, did you see it? And I think you know the Bible, like a man-made, somebody made an idol. You have to be careful not to be involved with these things. Religion is halal. I don't want to say this. I mean, this is like niggas be praising all these religions, praising the whole thing, they're involved, and they talk about war, and they talk about being powerful, and they talk about movies, and singers, and all this highly stuff, Hollywood, neighbors, all down there on that. But no religion. When you committed to making Hollywood, you should just, I just have to say it. It's funny because my kids, they had this Dr. Sandy, only two people that watch it. So, but it's a lot of different colors. So if you zoom in, there's good, and the one that's twisted, she has to stand on the side, and you go, oh, look to see which half. But the one that's twisted, you see which half. And what happens is, often, the way they twist the smile, and you become kid and have the like this, and then it starts all over again. You think that would work? No, not working. And you got to make it better. So you got to give it a persuasion. And you have to put it in. And he's like, I use your families. I said, then you can tell. You have children. Oh, hold on. My kids are just, I'll tell you something. Here's a yelling at me. Now, here's on one side, here's on the other side. Individuals, each yelling at me. Multiple. Here's the other one, Ralph, to the connection. Then, oh, when you see me go, you see this way, you see me. I don't know if you ever went on a road trip, which is hilarious. But when you get to the gas station, and you're like, what is the whole ride? Something like that is like, everybody owes $3.62. You ever done that that time? That's pretty old fashioned there. The next time we're giving guys with inches of such a stickiness for every cent, and every cent is I have a story that I plan on speed it up for not too long today. But the next time we're giving guys with oh, when you see me go, or you see bingo. So let's stay on the hot take. Wherever you can meet go, you can meet you can with a meet. Wherever, overseas, you travel. Learning, counseling, on measuring, because you're not sure. Every time you meet something, you might meet somebody else. You gotta be careful. This is like car lending. I pay for the gas. I'm paying for the filter. You put the half a tank. Now you owe me 2.250, and then you start going into debt. Go pay that again. I need to budget for this year. Go like that again. Because when cash only brings price, eventually it's not good enough. Police electric contractors, individuals, insurance officer with individual officer individual. So you can think of something that then we can't do a burial. Because a burial, I'm showing that it's very masculine, very tough. Why am I showing? Why am I doing a lot of things? Because I care. I care that much that it means you're gonna get the pussy and I'm gonna get the whatever the weed. Then it's a problem with time. I'm gonna shut a lot of things down. So even in burials, like that's why burials only last 3 4 days. You know, after whatever they say. I thought with kids I could guess because kids are the hummus. Right? So I say goodnight to them and they stop. And I already have that. The Ark is already, well, it's not good. It's not a good fit. You won't be able to really, the Ark is already edition. So speaking of burial, if you look at in Switzerland, I'll tell you the truth, when we started writing things down, there's like any edition on the comments were like literally off. Now that I'm reading it, all of a sudden the edition is looking, oh wait, cool. I didn't remember that. Yep, that is cool. It's cool. Don't let me go to that. I just love it when editions are issued. It's nonsense. The fact that management, he's gonna have, management give him a son money, and he's gonna have to pay him back, and he doesn't pay him back, so you might as well give him later. It's more money. It's just money left over. They said it by shipping over. They made a case that can't have the internet anymore. Well, there's money absolutely. So they gotta render this with it. Why? Because they're gonna have 2 million pounds with it. I want to teach them how terrible business is. Especially when it's too literally made vertical innovation. Now, what's the reason why a community of whale is a larger portion of the small fish? The reason is because that's a greater gamble. The gamble is also why because it's not for the cash. When people, when they go into gambling, if you take that guy to once he's won, if you knew what he knew at the end, so he wouldn't start off at the beginning. In other words, you're taking his money away from him against his will. And that's clearly the same thing you're saying. Even with him, sometimes it's true. The entire livelihood effectively is changing. So, but that doesn't apply to a man who's great in other planets. The children are not chilling because it's all the father. He owns all the ships. But this particular larger person, this particular small person, he does. It just came out of one person. One thing I've learned, it's the milk powders are the smartest. The other when he goes and everybody telling him, Mom, what? So now you're a man. Not really. You're gonna put a period with the period sign. You're not gonna start putting words. This is something that you learn in drama. If you mention a period, racist arguments are gonna raise pushback. You're eliminating the people that say excuse me, giving a sign. In other words, I can do what I can say. I just said I could do a goal, but that doesn't work for me because anytime in fact, when I read a newspaper that said, yes, because it makes sense to me, I can make a dollar on identical groceries. Who's doing it? I thought about it a little bit. Yeah, it makes sense. Money for malicious kids, easy to make them go for it. Fine. But now it makes sense. I'm doing a goal because some of the people throw it in or other or whatever it is, but I'm making a goal. Now, how many times you got my live? Let it all come down at the same time. And by the way, because also people in Goya, even here in Switzerland, in Belgium, when they say Italy, when they say no. Like, what's more, I think it's very interesting that in the same line, you have what we would call the Rab, what we would call Shmuel, Moradehu, Nagana, Kapala, I'm going to listen to how do people, if you're a Goya or Belgian, you got to say, brand new. So even Goya, even on a short Switzerland, whatever it is, because who gets the first portion? A lot of people say, what is that? Well, I said, I'm not fine. It's a small business. No, even that is also stupid. It's not equivalent. It's a bad habit. It's a bad thing. You don't do it. Well, anyway, Matthew, Kalokin is Goyim. Kalokin is Goyim. Uncomfortable. Now I'm an Arab man. What's going on over here? I don't understand the word. I'm going to react to this Philippians account of Yaakov was the son of Esau. In other words, the story of how mentioned Esau is being story of Esau. Avraham Manasseh, lessons in the world. And every day is new in the world. I'm having lessons, and each chapter is one thing. And I'm going to tell you which one today. And I sit there, imagine, trying to sit there without, when you leave out things, you walk in, there is and the book of Exodus, tremendous character. It's like sit there, suffers now, because sit there didn't want to see race fighting Yaakov. He's going to talk. Unbelievable. So you got to cover the kids with the connection. Because these are all concepts that the background you cover essays on my car, is the materials that you get. You should read yourself, not picture it. Or sit there, to be Shabbos, not in everywhere. How can you protect yourself? You have a daven. A person somebody carries a connection to the well, man, this is unbelievable. Listen, I don't know how many Gemaras you make people away from it. Because if I'm not going to be right, he's right. I'm davening that if you wash your dry riches, you shouldn't have anything to do with yourself. Prevent, not even a little bit, prevent it from happening. So what's the Gemara had? I have a minute? Okay, Baruch is a kid of picture. It's incredible. Also, then look at us, and another kid is down there, supposedly he was having. Shouldn't have happened, but he shouldn't have happened. Don't read over the Take a picture right there. Right? The local wants to do something from Shabbos. All over the Shabbos. Down the list of Shabbos worship. Tanya, the Shabbos Shekurim, local. Not good. Only Tanakh. It's bad if it's Shabbos punishment. In other words, if it happened because of the Shabbos, someone got punished because of the Shabbos Shekurim, you went full coverage to your Shabbos. You got a daven. Your Shabbos. What do you say about something? Shabbos has a lot of times where you love that thing to do something. Somebody that you're supposed to, that heaven, no longer will he do. He's going to make today, down the list. Hey, you're not going to do that to you. In other words, if somebody's davening and here's the party that somebody wants to create, even if it's a bad guy, the kid can never get the picture in his head. He's going to boast around that that guy should be worshiped. He never knows what he's doing. Let him take care of it. Unbelievable. Like, take care of somebody else. If you're under somebody else, the mantra, that is the part for yourself. My mantra that I wrote to this before was, the mantra I wrote to Rebbe. Supposedly, it's interesting. Every time somebody brings up Rebbe to his mind, like a continuation. Even though they have no connection with it. Over there it says, we're talking about Passover, and they're not bringing Rebbe connection. And now we're talking about a word in the Mishnah. In the Mishnah, it says, listen, that was how it got in there. The halachim is the lottery. Lottery for the Levites. How does that make sense? The shir is taking a copy of Shemaim. Pele ben Shachar. It's dafka the Erev. Cholos Avoy. Pele. We're on the roll, by the way, so we're on the ordinary restaurant. That was incredible. Pele is the Hebrew for. We took that, then we moved it to the place of the Shabbos for the different values. And then we want to sit there. And then we're going to make a call. We are. So next time, because we're going on, the Yom Kippur, we start straight away. I don't know if you know this too. If you're supposed to make 2 times in a row, it's always best to do Yom Kippur. Sometimes it's bad call twice. That's our call three. Please don't call back. The third time in a row, the shit is stay the third time. Every 5 minutes, somebody else calls. Unbelievable. So now it's a continuation. So for a shir, it's very interesting. You're going to have to call in the middle. He's not going to have to wait. Of course, he'll be sick of Shabbos, and once he's done, he's done. Then he wants to make tzedakah. Now it's time for him to go. So now we have Kiddush. My mantra that I wrote to this before is very tough. He said, first of all, anyway, they don't got to take him out to school. Listen to this. This lesson is a connection. He said, you guys, every single day, I say a mantra. Only kids. Reza Izya Ben Yemas Rishka Rocha. The shit. I'm not the only shit. Oh, they don't know what shit. Rocha fully grown game. Chanel is leaning without control. He's going to be shaving in the house. So you think the fact that the shave has to be eliminated when he goes down to the table? That's exactly right. Since it's public service that he's shaving in the house, by you going into the house, you're going to take away the shaving. Yes or no? Because you're public service, that's not shaving. You have to make sure that you're shaving in the house. Otherwise, you're going to be out. It doesn't mean there's a red flag for this kind of time. Here's an observation. Years ago, a Muslim someone made a subhanAllah, within 300 years or 600 years. Raised in a Hazrat Hassan, the it's circled all the people sitting there. Shanela, Shabbat Holy Public, the Seder HaTov L'Orah. They did not say this Amal. Why going to bring us 300 Amal? But then again, just topic. And then I think I'm going to check it over. Is this a snack day? It's one of the things. What? You know, it's really not at all. Well, he's praying, he's keeping it going. Why? Because he's praying that his Lord will punish him. Look, you are coming. You're wretched. All right, we'll stop over now. I hope you have a wonderful day. Go on, do this thing. I just sent out there and I didn't get anything in the mail. So technically, I could still go back. Yeah. How would they even know? They wouldn't. I mean, they got like facial recognition. I never see like consequences. I was wondering if you're able to help my brother when he goes back up here. I was wondering if you're able to help my brother when he goes back up here. I was wondering if you would help my brother when he back up here. The tremendous symbol. Cited by Rabbi Rothschild, the living sportsmanship of Rabbi Rothschild is totally limited. You go outside, it's like this very good with us we carry a year before referencing them. I have a special thing next to me for every 2 years. Every single day, you get 2 smackers every Saturday. And when we open up the NBY Torah, which is the Torah for the Blaming and the Hazaras and the Rosh Hashanah, 100 and something in the beginning of the Psalm, I told him I wanted to be part of the Torah and he's making a huge book. Now it's scientific book and it's beautiful. So we got sponsored by Jonathan Austin, leading mismatches in Jersey, most recently in Law Sales on his 8th website with Gimel Home. You think you have an idea. Where's the website? Sponsored by Marty McMahon for his ticket from the daughter. This is in Israel Road, right next to my sister in Atlanta, Georgia. He's one of the calling you got started with a new menu. Congratulations. Fun time. Again, easy location, nice beautiful name. Beautiful girl, Lena Bahamas, South Michael, Florida. I know you're also out of West also. That's later on. I do pictures up, I know that. And she's quick. One thing you know this stuff. And not to mention Ben Friedman, he's on your upcoming podcast.org. Well, thank you. Remember the game. Look at the board directors for the team. All the work they're doing. Using the barbecue software and swimming pool. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for whatever you have American podcast excitement daily. See ya. You're going to be bigger than Periscope. I bet they won't have a smooth. I hope it stays there. I hope they have 2 faces like you. Too. Whatever. We're going to transition and make that over. Alright, beautiful back there. Let's see if I can even find the email here. We have a lot of emails.
Dude, how you living, fam? Zoo! Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo, how you living, fam? What's good in your world, baby? James McCann, next question. Because I'm fucking amazing, baby. All right, what does that mean? Do you feel that you should have gotten chosen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I do too, and those people suck for not choosing you. Fuck them, dog.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Tim?
I fucked up, but if I didn't know that with the
Okay, why did you make that dumbass decision?
I was just didn't feel welcome.
Why didn't you feel welcome? That's sad.
Yeah.
CHB? Yeah, dog, it was like I was there. That girl sucks. Have you spoken with her recently? Alright, did you tell that bitch she sucks? Yeah, well, you can tell her to check through her blocked Instagram accounts and make her understand that she made a very big mistake. Huge. Because all I do is bash that bitch. I was her biggest fucking fan. I'm the one who believed in her when no one believed in her. Are you ready to lose? Alright, Luke, I have a question for you. Did you know that I watched a YouTube video on Play-Doh on ways to do bounce really efficiently? And just one moment. This guy who I one time called on the phone, uh, I learned about him from this radio show. He's not picking up his call. But like this guy calls into this telephone to this radio show every night and like just talks about bullshit, and they're thinking he might be dead. I hope it's not true, but he's like um, he's like a guy who calls into this show 365 days a year. He always calls in. And one time I called him and I told him about my project, and he thought he thought it was interesting. Okay, dude, just give me a moment. I'm going to send you a question, but I'm going to send you an invite. But I have lots of questions for you. Are you ready for them? Did Riser send you a finished version of his mural? Yes or no? I'll wait. All right. My second question to you is, what did you think of it? Dude, are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? All right. Do you feel like if you had to make a mural of something, what would it be? Yeah, let's say the Rhino Room said, Zoot, we think you're so fucking funny. We want you to put a mural on the side of this building. What would it be? All right. I figured it would just be a bunch of bombs because that's what you do there. Hey-oh. All right. Now, Zoot, here's my question for you. Are you ready for it? Can you wait 30 seconds for me, please? Can you wait 30 seconds? All right, just one moment. Zoo, do you ever watch that guy on TikTok who goes to like different stores and asks the people to say funny stuff on the intercom system? All right. Do they have those intercom systems in Australia? All right. Now here's my question to you, and you may consider this to be the greatest question that anybody's ever asked you in the history of the world. I think it might be. Do you have any plans to be on any other podcasts? Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I like to hear, Zoot. Zoot, if I had a podcast and I wanted to interview you, would you let me? All right, tight. Do you want to be on another podcast? I can get you on another podcast. It's called the Life Podcast with Tony. He's someone from Europe. Okay. Are you ready for my next question? Do you think that William Montgomery will ever come back to kill Tony? Yes or no? Okay, here's my next question. Oh, look who the fuck shows up. Look who the fuck shows up. You don't even get your normal welcome. Where in the F have you been?
I've been eating and I finally have my room back.
I don't care. You said you were going to be back an hour ago.
Happened.
You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message?
I'm not sure if you're going to read this message.
That doesn't matter. At least you could have been like, at this point, instead of getting browbeaten, you would have been like, look, Rabbi, I sent you a message. Apologies, it took longer than I thought. And I'd be like, oh, no worries, Tony. Absolutely not. But instead, you were very, very you were disrespectful. That's all I'm going to say. It's disrespectful.
I am sorry, but I'm back and let's go with it up. Let's do this.
No, I've got Zoom here now.
Bro, there's a podcast in the world.
I know you. I know. I'm going to make this the best podcast. I'm going to make this the best podcast you've ever had.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Zoom. Hey. Why didn't you send me a message?
Because I forget.
How did you forget?
Because I was eating and I was doing for my mom things.
What were you doing for your mom?
I was going to buy something for my mom.
Okay, what were you going to buy for your mom?
Something.
You're just making up lies right now. You're digging yourself deeper. Then what were you going to...
You know what? I don't get it what it means. I'm just saying that what I do. So if you don't believe me, I don't know.
Just tell me what you're going to buy.
Some chocolate.
Okay, that's really nice.
Yeah.
All right, just for you, we're going to do this. But you have to wait. You have to wait like 5 minutes. I've got to set up my other stream, and then we'll do it. And it will be your best podcast maybe ever.
Sorry, Jude. I'm so sorry, Jude. But it is what it is. I'm sorry.
Zoot left. He's gone.
Yeah.
Are you going to have Zoot on your podcast? He's a stand-up comedian from Australia.
I don't know if
he said he would think about it. Yeah. Very nice is right. Now here's my question. When are you going to have Reverend Andrew on your podcast?
Oh, this podcast will have fun because this is so different than other people I ever have podcast. So soon.
I know. Okay. The description of the podcast that we're going to do, though, I want to write it for you, and
Okay.
you can make any changes you want, but we want to make sure it's really good for SEO, for search engines.
Yeah.
So just for a moment, I have like six computers that I'm fixing right now for this weekend. So
Hey, I'm not going to be mad. It's okay.
yeah, exactly. You have no right to be mad. I'm the one been waiting 2 hours for you. Now here's my question for you.
Okay.
Let me just tell you how I envision this, and then you tell me if you like it or you don't. Um, so you had said something that was really interesting, which was like you would show your screen for like pictures of stuff. Um,
Yes.
so what if we did? So you say, "Hi everyone, I'm Tony." You do the same entrance for all of your videos. Hi guys, what's up? Uh, uh, which is cool. It's kind of your it's kind of your trademark at this point. But you say, "Hi everyone, it's Tony. I'm back again with a very interesting series of topics that I'm going to have. We have our friend here, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, is a futurist. And I'm going to let him talk about some of the discoveries that he has made while spending his life live streaming 24/7 on the internet. Rabbi, go ahead, and I'll say thank you, Tony. So, Tony, you should know that I have spent a lot of time, obviously, on the internet, and I discovered this website a few years ago, and I find it to be fascinating. It talks about futurism, but I don't ever hear anybody talk about this website. And so I consider it a privilege to be able to use your platform to be able to review some of the information. It is in relation to a future timeline. It's futuretimeline.net for anyone who wants to follow along with us. And what Tony and I are going to do, we're going to have discussions on the different topics that we review as I read them. And while I read them, Tony is going to look up and show pictures on his screen. And we hope you enjoy. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I I never share my screen on podcasting. So maybe we will see that.
okay.
I don't know if I can even share it. That's yeah. I can share that, but I can.
All right. You know how to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go make history.
Hold on. There's another thing.
I am in.
There's another thing that I would like to do. I think it still exists on Wikipedia. I'm gonna check in a moment, and I will let you know if it exists. And it might be the greatest thing that you've ever heard. It might be the lamest thing that you've ever heard. Okay, I have two more computers that I have to do. Then we'll start. Just
Please
one moment.
excuse us.
Yeah. I know it. I know it's okay. All right, Wikipedia. And now this podcast is not going to be live, right? So we can edit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm only do live podcasting
You know,
these days.
you know, I like live podcasting to some extent, but I don't like taking. I shouldn't say. There, it's okay. I just it complicates things. Like over the course of an hour, you might get a disconnect, or I might get a disconnect. And if you're live, it's not good.
Mhm. And I think this is gonna be the best podcast in the whole world
I think it could be.
because like we can do something good and not what nobody does.
I agree.
We can do something very, very big, very big.
I agree. Okay.
And those,
Okay.
sorry,
Um. Now I think you may not like this, but I think it's a good idea if we're going to do this that we don't go straight into futuretimeline.net. I think we should go to Wikipedia first. You may say, "Why, Rabbi? I really like that website," and I know I do too. But so long as we're doing like future predictions, um, I want you to. I'm just going to give you an example. I want you to go to a website, okay?
yeah,
Wikipedia.org.
I am brushing my teeth.
Oh, you're brushing my teeth. Well, you're gonna smell beautiful then. Okay, well then, just one moment. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna try to.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
And if you're wondering, Rabbi, this is a really good idea. How did you think of it? Because you'll see that the way that I'm going to do this, I think is a really good idea. And if you want to know how I thought of it, it came to me in a dream that I would do a podcast with somebody like this, and it would be studied like millions of years into the future because it's like a timeline into the future. Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
Okay.
so
So,
like, are you, you, you seems to be very, very, very excited. Why?
I am because I I've been wanting to do this for
I know.
a long time. Yeah, but are you at your computer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Can you go to a website?
Yes.
Can you go to wikipedia.org?
Wikipedia dot dot what?
ORG?
Or 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 or.
Yeah, just go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am. I am.
Okay. Not just I am there.
I am there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, you're cool. Now type into the search. We're just going to give an example. Type in 2030.
Wait, I need to change my language because it's Czech and Czech is not good. English, yeah. Okay, so what again?
2030.
Uh, 2030. zero
30.
30.
Yeah, and then
Calendar year.
yeah, and then click on that. And so what I'd like to
Wow.
do is read with each year what the Wikipedia says is going to happen and then what futuretimeline.net says. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Okay.
And after each year, I can say to you, as I do this, you're going to be showing pictures or whatever you want. I mean, do whatever you want. Um, but I'll say, you know, isn't that interesting or whatever? Do you have any questions? And you can say, yeah, Rabbi, it says that the 2030 World Cup is going to be played in both Spain and South America, Spain, Portugal, and South America. Do you know how many teams are going to be playing? And we can say, I think it's going to be 64, but we'll look it up. Like basically, we can look up any questions that we have, or you can say, before we move on, I did want to say that I think it's really interesting that they say that the World Cup's going to be played in multiple countries. Whatever. You raise any questions that you have, but if not,
Okay.
I'm going to say okay. If you don't have anything more, we're going to continue. But you realize this isn't going to be your normal kind of podcast. Obviously, it's going to, um, I unless you want to read, which you can. But
No, I'm already.
yeah, I was gonna say like I don't want it to be like I don't want you to feel like, well, wow, I've got Rabbi and all he's doing is reading the Wikipedia and this website. But a lot of the things that we're gonna be saying, I don't want to have to be. You don't. You want to look. We want this to look as intelligent as possible, and uh,
Yeah.
we should go with the native speaker. Okay.
I will be on a computer, so like I will be more professional.
Yeah,
Not be on.
and and you're gonna be and you're gonna be looking up pictures and whatever else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Right. Absolutely.
exactly. So what I'm gonna say is like I appreciate uh, Tony having me on today. I really think that this podcast may be very important to people of the future for predictions because if the internet continues, people will want to know what the people of today's age thought about where the world was going and what our predictions would
Yeah.
be of the future. We're going to review a lot of timeline events from multiple timelines, specifically Wikipedia and futuretimeline.net. And if anybody has any questions about where we're getting this information, those are probably the resources. And it will be interesting for generations of the future to study these videos to understand where we were right, where we were wrong, and does that make sense?
But like, yeah, it makes sense. But I have only one. I have only one thing.
What is your question?
Bro, like, can you? My question is because like when I see your interview with that guy, with that like your best interview, like it was good, but like only thing what was missing was I don't know like you uh, you was not like I cannot see your neck.
Oh,
So like and that can be disturbing because people are going to say you are fat fuck and this. So like if you can do this, like I can see your I know you have a beer,
yeah.
but like in that episode was too much.
Okay. I'm gonna wear what I'm comfortable. I have a beard, and
Of course.
it doesn't look like I have a neck. I don't care if people say I'm a fat fuck. So what? I'm a fat fuck who knows a lot about the future.
Okay.
We'll see how it looks. But basically, my shirts are black, and uh, I don't want to necessarily like. I wear this all the time. Okay,
I just want to tell you that.
I appreciate it, and you should know that I recognize that's an important thing for me to know. I understand, but I'm not too like.
Okay.
How do I want to say? If I wear a white shirt, my beard is still gonna cover me up.
But like I think white shirt can be a really good idea because I will have black shirt. I am in black right now. But like I'm not I am just telling you. So do I do you are you ready for the link?
No, not yet.
Okay. I am I am finding something so let's find out. What do you will have for the background?
I'm gonna have my space background. I think a space background makes sense. We're talking about the future.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I cannot argue with it. That's true. Rabbi.
Do you have my email address?
I can send you that on the Discord.
Okay.
I can send it on the Discord because like yeah, I think I have, but like it's so much easier if I can do right.
Tony, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you send the can you send the
So
can you send the
link.
link?
Okay. 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 I can send you a link.
Tony, also before we start, I want to talk about time, how we define a year, and different kind of clocks.
Of course. Of course. Of course. I'll send the link. Copy. And only. Bro, when I'm going to be famous, I will going to do one thing, and that is I will going to have episode with Discord boss, and because I don't know why like I don't have still my Discord, so
For
that
sh-
is bullshit.
Absolutely. When are you sending me this? When are you going to send this to me?
Right now
Yes, sir.
I have that.
Okay. Now, I am going to mute the
Yeah,
in
yeah,
here,
stream. Yeah,
and then we'll
yeah,
just talk in Riverside. Okay. Do we have a time limit?
yeah. Okay. No,
Okay. Then we
no.
will say our goal today is to get through 2100. Okay.
What do you mean?
Through the year 2100.
Okay. Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Here we go. Hello, Tony. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Oh, your lips look terrible. Your lips. I wouldn't watch your podcast because of your lips. They're just awful. I'm kidding with you. You're too you're too focused on the wrong things. Okay. Yeah, it's great. And we will start in 2027 if that's okay with you. Are you nervous? Okay, so of any podcast that we've ever done, this one should be the least nerve wracking. It shouldn't be nerve wracking at all because we know each other, we're friends, and it's not live. The, you're gonna do you're gonna do just fine. Yeah. Um, if you want, let's see here. Like, if you want to show pictures, which you said you do, right? Okay, then there's a way that you can show pictures. Can you go to futuretimeline.net? Okay, and go to 21st century. Okay, are you sharing your screen? Perfect. Okay, go to like that's fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, now there's like a secret part of this website. So click on one of the years, like 2020 is fine. And then in the upper top, all the way at the top, no, not here. Do you see it says, uh, it should say something like futuretimeline.net / 21st century / uh, 2020. Let's see here. Can I send them? I think I can send a message in Riverside. So, so yeah, just go to this website that I send you, and it and yeah, I put it in the chat, and then at the very bottom, you're gonna see it has lots of pictures that I think will be good for the audience. Just one moment. Yeah, exactly. So keep scrolling down. Yeah. So while I'm doing this, you do that, okay? And we'll just see how. I don't know. We might get to 2050 and be like, wow, it's been an hour. Let's stop. But we'll see how it goes. Okay? Are you are you nervous? I'm none of those things. I'm your friend. We talk all the time in my Discord. This, you're going to be totally fine. One thing that I will do at the beginning, I want to show people my YouTube, so where they can find me. So I'll show this screen just for a moment, and then we'll move into it. Okay? Sounds great. I am, God willing. Stop, 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 stop. I was talking over you, so we need to start again. Apologies. Uh, okay, okay. I have a question. I have a question. Uh, with Riverside, I have to wait at the end to let it upload, right? Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Tony. Yes, absolutely. First and foremost, make sure if you're watching this to subscribe to Tony's channel and like and comment if you find this interesting. Our topic today is on futurism. Firstly, many people don't know what futurism even means. Futurism, as defined, is considered to be a idea that combines economics, technology, and human behavior to study long-term change. Many times, the people who study futurism are known as futurists. A futurist is a person who studies current trends to figure out what might happen next in the world. Futurism is something that could be trend watching, problem solving, but what we are not are psychics. And in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi and Kabbalist, I am a futurist. Moreover, I am someone who is archiving time as we know it. And for anyone who knows anything about me, you may already know this, but for those who don't, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube live and have been for nearly 5 years. For anyone who wants to view my streams, you just need to go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild and make sure that you're filtering by live. And when you do, you will find more live streams of mine than you would ever know could even exist for a single individual. I have many, many live streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras, you name it. And so, as life is going for the last 5 years, I have been archiving it. Now, we use a term quite often, the word time, but we don't really think about it. According to Oxford University Press and their research on the English language, time is the most frequently used noun in English. Overall, grammar words like the, to, and are used more often, but time beats out all other naming words, meaning nouns. And we reference time a lot, but we don't really think about it. What does it mean? How do we define it? Time is the continuous progression of existence that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past, through the present, and into the future. Time dictates all forms of action, age, and causality, being a component quantity of various measurements used to sequence events, to compare the duration of events or the intervals between them, and to quantify rates of change of quantities in material reality or in conscious experience. We reference time in science fiction, things like time travel, time machines, and certainly use it in our regular conversation. Are you on time? What time is it? And there are different ways that people keep time. In the past, certainly, ways that civilizations kept time were things like perhaps with a sundial, which uses the position of and movement of the sun's shadow to indicate the time of day, or a water clock, also known as a clepsydra, which measures time by the steady flow of water into or out of a container. Of course, there's an hourglass, which measures a fixed interval by allowing sand to fall through a narrow opening. There are candle clocks that use the predictable burning rate of a marked candle to measure elapsed time. Incense clocks, which use slowly burning incense, often with calibrated markings to measure periods of time. Oil lamp clocks, which use gradual consumption of oil to estimate the passage of time. Astronomical clocks, which uses mechanical mechanisms to represent astronomical cycles, sometimes including the sun, moon, planets, and stars. Mechanical clocks, which many of us have in our homes, that use gears, weights, springs, and an escapement mechanism to maintain regular intervals. Pendulum clocks uses the regular swing of a pendulum as its timekeeping reference. Spring driven clocks store energy in a wound spring and releases it through a regulating mechanism, which are common in watches. Other types, we just have wristwatches, which is a wearable clock designed to be worn in the wrist, or pocket watches, a portable mechanical timepiece designed to be carried in the pocket. And as we move into the modern age, of course, the digital clock becomes much more common, which displays time electronically using numbers rather than traditional clock hands. Of course, the electric clock uses electrical power to operate a timing mechanism or maintain oscillations. And we get into more specific, more accurate clocks, like a GPS clock, which determines extremely precise time using signals from GPS satellites, or an atomic clock, which uses extremely stable atomic transitions as the fundamental reference for measuring time. There are cesium clocks and rubidium clocks, hydrogen maser clocks, optical atomic clocks, astronomical timekeeping, which determines time from Earth's rotation and observations of celestial objects. Of course, we have biological clocks, which use biological rhythms within our natural state, such as circadian clocks and circadian cycles, to regulate an organism's perception and synchronization with time. And of course, we have network time or internet clocks, which synchronizes computers and digital systems using network based time protocols and highly accurate reference clocks. Moreover, there are some advanced, very advanced clocks that I'd like to reference before we start. And for those who aren't familiar with these are increasingly advanced clocks that are really important. Maybe not so much while we're trying to figure out what time our favorite television show may come on, but in terms of traveling great distances into the future. And Tony and I are going to be talking about a lot of futuristic opportunities that mankind may experience over the course of the upcoming years, decades, centuries, millennia, and really far in this series. So there are things like cesium 133 atomic clocks, the traditional primary standard defining the SI second. Rubidium atomic clocks, compact atomic frequency standard, generally less accurate than the best optical clocks. We talked a little bit earlier about hydrogen masers, which are extremely stable microwave frequency references. There are many elemental based clocks, which certainly can be very accurate. To give people an understanding of a technological ladder, mechanical clocks are really the some of the least accurate clocks, even though we rely on them. But then moving towards quartz, then cesium atomic, then hydrogen maser, then optical atomic clocks, optical lattice clocks, single ion optical, quantum entangled optical, nuclear clocks, thorium 229 nuclear clocks, and then future quantum nuclear clocks. To give people an idea, this we get really ultra precise with some of these clocks, even into the hypothetical or theoretical concept of what time could be. So the next time that somebody says, "Are you on time?" Is anybody really on time? Does anyone really know what time it is? When we get into things like pulsar clocks that uses the pulsars of rotating neutron stars, or binary pulsar clocks, even getting into Earth rotation clocks, which derives time from Earth's actual rotation relative to distant celestial objects, orbital clocks, planetary ephemeris clocks, which uses precisely modeled planetary motion as a long term astronomical reference, and cosmic time or cosmological clocks, a theoretical concept in which large scale cosmic evolution provides a universal temporal reference. We can get really, really accurate. And many people may ask, well, why would you have to be so accurate? Well, if you are attempting to travel great distances, it's of extreme importance that you have accuracy in terms of the clocks that you're using. So, with that little bit of background on time and clocks and timekeeping and such, Tony and I have a very interesting project, and this may be a series that we may be doing on the future. And it was a discussion that he and I had to perhaps in 2026 give what humanity thinks the future will look like in the coming years, coming decades, and further into the future. And we know not everything that we discuss is going to be accurate. In fact, much of it may be inaccurate in some ways, but people should know that at least in the current age, this is what people will think in the future. And people may watch this series years from now, or decades from now, or centuries from now, or perhaps even millennia from now, and think, wow, this is what people thought all the way back in 2026 where we were in the world. For anyone's reference, if you'd like to follow along, Tony is going to be showing on his screen some of the resources that we're using, and we are going to focus on two in particular. One is Wikipedia, And the other is a very interesting website known as futuretimeline.net. I found this website years ago and I find it fascinating as a predictor of potential events that may happen in the future. So, with that, I'm going to ask Tony, are you ready to start on the Wikipedia page for 2027? Excellent. Very well. Well, starting in 2027, and we should say that it is today, August 8th, and thus these events are potentially going to be in the up maybe 4 months or so from now. We should have January 15th to 25th. The 2027 Winter World University Games are scheduled to be held in China. From January 20th to February 7th, the 2027 African Games will be held in Cairo. January 30th, 2027, the 2027 German presidential election is scheduled to be held. March 7th, if not triggered earlier, the next Estonian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. March 19th to September 26th, the 2027 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be held in Yokohama, Japan. April 18th, the 2027 Finnish parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, as well as the 2027 French presidential election. In May of 2027, we will have the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest that is scheduled to be held in Bulgaria. On May 1st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian presidential election will occur no later than this date. May 15th to August 15th, Expo 2027 is scheduled to be held in Belgrade, Serbia. June 6th, the 2027 Mexican legislative election is scheduled to be held. June 16th through 27th, Istanbul, Turkey will host the 2027 European Games. June 19th through July 17th, the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations is scheduled to be hosted in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. June 24th through 25th, the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup is scheduled to be held in Brazil. June 25th through July 4th, the 2027 Military World Games will be held in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States. July 16th through August 1st, Lima, Peru will host the 2027 Pan American Games. And from July 24th to August 8th, the 2027 Pacific Games is scheduled to be held in Tahiti. July 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next Greek parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. August 1st through 12th, the 2027 Summer World University Games will be held in South Korea. August 10th, the 2027 Kenyan general election is scheduled to take place. August 22nd, if not triggered earlier, the next Spanish general election will occur no later than this date. August 27th through September 12th, the 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup is scheduled to be held in Qatar. September 1st, Pope Leo is expected to celebrate his Golden Jubilee of religious life and be honored. September 28th, if not triggered earlier, is the next Slovak parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. October 1st through November 13th, the 2027 Rugby World Cup will take place in Australia. October 16th through 24th, the 2027 Special Olympics World Summer Games will be held in Santiago, Chile. October 24th, the 2027 Argentine general election is scheduled to be held. October 27th through November 4th, the 2027 Commonwealth Youth Games will be held in Malta. November 11th, if not triggered earlier, the next Polish parliamentary election will occur no later than this date, December 22nd. If not triggered earlier, the next Italian general election will occur no later than this date, and December 31st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. Now, there are some events that do not have a set date as of right now. In late 2027, Artemis 3, the second crewed mission of the Artemis program, is scheduled to launch. We have World Youth Day 2027 being held in South Korea. The 2027 Cricket World Cup will take place in South Africa.
Zimbabwe, and Namibia. The first Olympic esports games will be held in Riyadh in 2027. That to me is very cool. WrestleMania 43, the first WrestleMania held outside North America, will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2027. The 2027 Arab Games will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the 2027 presidential election in the Middle East is scheduled to be held. With that, we're going to move on to our sister website, futuretimeline.net. And if I may ask my colleague, Tony, are you ready for futuretimeline.net? Excellent. All right. In 2027, the EU will end all energy imports from Russia, or this is what is predicted. And I want to again say, we don't know any of this for sure. In February 2022, Russia began a full scale invasion of Ukraine. This led to international condemnations and sanctions, millions of displaced Ukrainians, and the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. The US and United Kingdom announced a ban on Russian oil, while the EU announced a two-thirds reduction in its demand for Russian gas. Oil companies Shell, BP, and ExxonMobil suspended all operations in the country. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, previously in favor of the newly completed Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany, suspended certification of the project indefinitely. Amid soaring energy prices, Russia's continued aggression against its neighbor, and longer term concerns over climate change impacts, the EU proposed to go even further than its earlier announcement. The bloc's leaders began drafting a plan to end their reliance on all Russian energy sources by 2027. Finalized in May, the Rep Power EU project would completely phase out Russian gas, oil, and coal imports while accelerating the green transition. Until this point, Russian fossil fuels have been used as an economic and political weapon, costing the EU nearly $100 billion euros per year. The bloc depended on Russia for about 40% of its gas, 27% of its oil, and 46% of its coal imports. The REPower EU plan included measures to boost energy savings, diversify energy supplies, and accelerate the rollout of renewable energy, all of which could strengthen economic growth, security, and climate action for Europe and its partners. The energy saving aspect included raising the energy efficiency target for the European Green Deal, a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission approved in 2020, from 9% to 13%. Fiscal measures included reduced VAT rates on energy efficient heating systems, building insulation, and appliances. The energy diversification aspect would ensure the EU worked with reliable and trusted international partners to minimize supply disruptions. In addition to new gas pipeline deliveries and LNG imports, this included major developments with hydrogen continuing beyond 2027. Finally, and most notably, the REPower EU project called for a massive scaling up of renewables. It proposed a doubling of solar capacity by 2025 and a further 600 gigawatt by 2030, a legal obligation to install solar panels on all new buildings, a doubling of the rate of deployment of heat pumps, and measures to boost both geothermal and solar thermal, shortened and simplified approvals for major renewable projects, and a target of 10 million tons of domestic hydrogen production for use in hard to decarbonize industries and transport sectors. By 2027, the EU invested 210 billion euros, or 225 billion dollars, in upgrading its energy infrastructure, allowing it to completely end any dependence on Russia for imports of oil, gas, and coal. Additionally, in 2027, light duty hydrogen fuel cell vehicles reached $1 million in annual sales. The first vehicles powered by hydrogen fuel cells emerged during the Cold War space race. These were bulky, inefficient, and expensive. However, it was not until the dawn of the 21st century that car manufacturers began to take the concept more seriously. In 2003, President George Bush proposed the Hydrogen Fuel Initiative, HFI, which was later implemented by legislation through the 2005 Energy Policy Act and the 2006 Advanced Energy Initiative. This aimed to further develop hydrogen fuel cells and infrastructure with the goal of producing commercial fuel cell vehicles. By 2008, over $1 billion had been contributed to the project. However, the U.S. Department of Energy later shifted its interest from fuel cells to battery vehicles. High costs and the lack of infrastructure were major problems, compounded by the culture of deploying fuel stations over such a large geographical area. This led U.S. automakers to delay their hydrogen vehicle rollouts. The situation was different in Europe, however, with less geography to cover, and where governments had serious plans to develop the required infrastructure. Japan and South Korea too had similar initiatives getting underway. In addition to expanded infrastructure, future advances in technology reduce the size, weight, and cost of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. By 2027, global sales of these non-polluting vehicles have reached 1 million annually for the first time. Although still only a tiny population, although still only a tiny proportion of total overall vehicle sales, the industry is now entering a period of explosive growth. Also in 2027, Tokyo and Nagoya are connected by high speed maglev. Two of Japan's largest cities, Tokyo and Nagoya, are now connected by the Chuo Shinkansen, a high speed maglev route. This 178-mile, 286-kilometer line runs beneath the Japanese Alps, the Akaishi Mountains, at speeds of up to 313 miles per hour, or 505 kilometers per hour, enabling journey times of just 40 minutes. Built by the Central Japan Railway Company at a cost of 9 trillion yen, or $115 billion, the route will be extended to Osaka by 2045. The launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Go ahead. No, I have Windows 10. That's okay. The next event will be the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. In 2027, NASA launches a new space telescope, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, formerly known as the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIRST. It is named after the first female executive at NASA, who served as the agency's chief of astronomy throughout the 1960s and 1970s and played a key role in planning for the Hubble Space Telescope. Shortened as Roman, or the Roman Space Telescope, its 5 year mission aims to address cutting edge questions in two main areas: the universe and exoplanet research. By measuring the precise distances and shapes of millions of galaxies, it provides insights into dark energy, the mysterious force that is accelerating the expansion of the universe. It probes the chronology of the universe, the growth of cosmic structure, the consistency of general relativity, and the curvature of spacetime. In addition, it finds thousands of new exoplanets using the microlensing technique, which includes planets with masses as small as Mars, as well as free floating or rogue planets. The, this complements the discoveries made by other telescopes like Kepler, TESS, and the next generation of missions, providing a better picture of the population of exoplanets in our galaxy. It also sets new records for the farthest known exoplanets, offering a glimpse of some different galactic neighborhoods far away from the 5,500 already known exoplanets. Placed in a halo orbit around Sun-Earth Lagrange point L2, Roman carries two scientific instruments. The first is a wide field instrument, a 300 megapixel camera providing multi-band visible to near-infrared images, able to capture 100 times the area of Hubble's camera. Roman also features 1,500 times the surveying speed of that earlier telescope. Its second instrument is the coronagraphic instrument (CGI), a high-contrast coronagraph designed to achieve a part per billion suppression of incoming starlight, enabling the detection and imaging of planets with a visual separation of as little as 0.15 arcseconds from their host stars. In addition to its two primary missions, Roman performs stellar seismology studies on a million giant stars. This involves analyzing brightness changes caused by sound waves echoing through a star's gaseous interior to learn about its structure, age, and other properties. It also identifies over 1,000 neutron stars, hundreds of stellar mass black holes, and thousands of Kuiper belt objects, including some as small as 9.7 kilometers or 6 miles across, about 1% of Pluto's diameter. The combination of its gigantic field of view and ultra-precise coronagraph makes the Roman Space Telescope a unique and powerful tool for astrophysics, contributing to many exciting discoveries in the late 2020s and early 2030s. The next topic is the asteroid 1999 AN10 makes a close approach. 1999 AN10 is an asteroid of the Apollo group, a collection of Earth crossing bodies, many of which are large enough and can drift close enough to Earth to be considered potentially hazardous. It was discovered by U.S. scientists on the 13th of January 1999. The object was estimated to have a diameter of up to 1,800 meters, or 5,905 feet, or about a mile, enough to cause continent scale devastation should an impact occur on Earth. AN10 circles the Sun every 643 days and twice each year passes the Earth's local neighborhood. On the 7th of August 2027, it makes a particularly close approach as it comes within just 0.0026 astronomical units or 390,000 kilometers or 240,000 miles, about the same distance as the about the same as the distance between the Earth and Moon. The asteroid reaches a peak apparent magnitude of 7.3, bright enough to be visible with binoculars. Its orbit remains dangerously close for the next 600 years. So we better be on the lookout for that. The Square Kilometer Array begins science operations is our next topic. Humanity's view of the universe is greatly expanded with the completion of a major new observatory, the Kilometer Array (SKA) is a radio telescope with a combined collecting area of approximately 1 kilometer. It operates over a wide range of frequencies and its size makes it 50 times more sensitive than any other comparable instrument. By utilizing advanced processing technology, it can survey the sky more than 10,000 times faster than ever before. With additional stations extending to a distance of 3,000 kilometers from a concentrated central core, it continues radio astronomy's tradition of providing the highest resolution images in all of astronomy. First light is achieved in 2027, and the telescope is fully operational by 2030. Direct flights from Sydney to London and New York. In 2027, Australia's national airline, Qantas, begins Project Sunrise flights. The new service, described as the final frontier of long haul travel, enables direct nonstop flights from Sydney to New York and to London and New York, connecting Eastern Australia to major global cities without the need for intermediate stopovers. The Sydney London journey takes about 20 hours, making it the world's longest regularly scheduled commercial passenger flight. Despite the extreme distance, the nonstop service cuts total travel time by up to 4 hours compared with previous routings that required at least one layover, while also reducing the physical and psychological burden of multiple takeoffs, landings, and airport transfers. Qantas had already taken a major step toward ultra long haul travel in March 2018 when it launched nonstop flights from Perth to London. That route ended the long standing gap between Europe and Oceania, marking the first time all inhabited continents, excluding Antarctica, were connected by direct commercial flights. Project Sunrise extends the achievement to Australia's east coast, representing one of the final milestones in a century long expansion of air travel. The scale of this progress becomes especially striking when viewed historically. Qantas carried its first passenger in 1922 aboard an Avro 504 biplane on a short domestic flight within Queensland. By 1935, journeys between Sydney and London took about 12 days and involved more than 30 stopovers across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Advances in aircraft performance, navigation, and global infrastructure steadily reduced travel times over subsequent decades, culminating in direct intercontinental routes spanning nearly half the planet. Project Sunrise relies on a dedicated fleet of specially configured Airbus A350 1000 aircrafts designed specifically for ultra long haul operations. Qantas receives its first aircraft in late 2026 following delays linked to aircraft certification, supply chain disruptions, and the complexity of modifying fuel systems and cabin layouts for journeys lasting more than 20 hours. These factors push the start of commercial services from an original 2025 target into 2027. Each Project Sunrise aircraft features an unusually low seat count of 238, prioritizing passenger comfort over capacity. Cabin interiors reflect extensive medical and scientific research into long duration flight, incorporating improved lighting, increased seat pitch, quieter cabins, and a dedicated well-being zone that encourages movement and stretching during flight. Advanced HEPA filtration systems refresh the cabin air every 2 to 3 minutes, removing more than 99.9% of airborne particles. As part of this climate strategy, Qantas commits to offsetting the net emissions of Project Sunrise flights from day one, consistent with its longer term target of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. With services now underway, Project Sunrise marks a defining moment in the evolution of commercial aviation, shrinking global distances while pushing aircraft endurance to its practical limits. User replaceable batteries are mandated in the EU is another event that we anticipate taking place in 2027. During the 2010s, manufacturers of smartphones, tablets, laptops, and other devices increasingly made batteries non-removable. When Apple introduced new MacBooks with sealed-in batteries, it greatly improved their battery life and established a trend that other companies soon followed. The Samsung Galaxy S5, released in 2014, became one of the last flagship phones with a removable battery, after which permanently built-in non-replaceable batteries became the norm. Several motivations lay behind this change. For instance, without the need to accommodate a removable battery compartment, designs could be simpler and devices made both slimmer and lighter. Batteries could take on different physical forms and be larger, charge more quickly, and handle much greater number of charge cycles. However, this trend met resistance due to the inconvenience and number of potential issues. If sealed-in batteries failed, it would require sending the device back to the vendor or technician, causing significant delays for users. In some cases, the battery swelled over time. It might damage sensitive components of the device. If, in some cases, if the battery swelled over time, it might damage sensitive components of the device. Users criticized what they increasingly saw as a form of planned obsolescence, while environmental campaigners also noted its contribution to the growing mountains of e-waste. These and other problems led to calls for regulation to reverse this trend. In 2023, responding to these concerns, the European Union proposed a mandate for user replaceable batteries in all devices by 2027. New rules would cover the design, production, and recycling of all rechargeable batteries sold within the EU, stipulating that for portable batteries used in devices such as phones, tablets, and cameras, consumers must be able to easily remove and replace them. This would require a significant design rethink by manufacturers. Additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries had the additionally the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries with a phase out to be decided on by 2030. And I would just like to take a moment and compliment the EU for this policy. It does seem to make technology better. Next, 2D barcodes are ubiquitous in retail. The first traditional barcode was invented in the 1940s by Norman Joseph Woodland and Bernard Silver, two graduate students in Philadelphia in the United States. Their original design consisted of a series of concentric circles that could be read by a scanner using ultraviolet light. In the 1960s, Woodland and Silver refined their design and developed the modern barcode, consisting of a series of lines and spaces of varying widths. They also developed a scanner that could read the barcode using visible light, and a system for assigning unique identification numbers to products. This would later become known as the UPC, the Universal Product Code. In 1972, the UK supermarket chain Sainsbury's introduced a barcode system to help manage inventory more efficiently using the UPC. In 1974, a pack of Wrigley's chewing gum became the first product to be sold with a barcode when scanned at a supermarket in Ohio in the United States. Barcodes soon became an integral part of the retail industry, used to identify and track products in stores and warehouses around the world. In 1994, Toyota subsidiary Denso Wave invented the first 2D barcode, embedding data on both the horizontal and vertical axes as a way to track vehicle parts during the manufacturing process. The quick response QR code, which the company developed, saw widespread adoption in Japan, alongside many other types of 2D barcode, also known as matrix codes. In contrast to linear, one dimensional barcodes, this new format could represent far more data per unit area. Whereas a standard barcode typically only had 12 to 20 digits, a QR code had capacity for more than 4,000 alphanumeric or 7,000 numeric characters. More significantly, however, the number of possible combinations became astronomically higher. UPCA, the most common of 1D barcodes, had about a trillion 10 to the 12th possible combinations. The initial version of QR codes released in 1994 featured 21 by 21 modules, black and white squares, which increased to 177 by 177 with version 40 in 2015. This enabled 10 to the 9,403rd possible combinations, more than the total number of atoms in the known universe, ensuring that humanity would never run out of codes. After gaining popularity in Japan, QR codes and other 2D barcode formats began spreading to countries around the world. In the 2010s, they became even more widely used due to the prevalence of smartphones with cameras and code scanning capabilities. The COVID 19 pandemic of 2020 further increased their appeal as a touchless system to display information. With 2D barcodes already widespread in manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, healthcare, and other industries, attention now focused on the retail sector to make its older barcode system fit for the 21st century. These efforts included Sunrise 2027, proposed by GS1 US, a nonprofit standards organization, along with initiatives in other countries aiming to have all shops and point of sale POS terminals set up and ready to accept 2D barcodes. By 2027, this upgrade is largely complete. The use of 2D barcodes in retail offers more data capacity, interactive capabilities, enhanced tracking and traceability, and cost effectiveness. For instance, more information can be stored about a product such as nutritional content, ingredient lists, and allergen information. This can be crucial for customers with dietary restrictions and allergies and helps promote transparency and trust between customers and food producers. The codes can be used to create interactive experiences for customers, such as providing recipes, games, or discounts and loyalty rewards. They also help shops and food producers gather valuable data and insights into customer preferences and behavior. Individual food products can be tracked and traced throughout the supply chain from farm to table. This helps improve safety and quality control, and can also help reduce food waste by identifying and addressing inefficiencies in the supply chain. Information can also be provided on sustainability practices. The next event, which is quite interesting, that may occur in 2027, is the autopsy report for Elvis Presley being made public. Elvis Presley was one of the 20th century's most iconic singers, often referred to as the King of Rock and Roll or simply the King. After cementing his place among the legends of American music, his final years were marked by serious health problems. These were aggravated and possibly caused by drug dependence. On the 16th of August 1977, Presley was found unresponsive on the bathroom floor of his Graceland home. Attempts to revive him failed, and death was officially pronounced at 3:30 p.m. at Baptist Memorial Hospital, Tennessee. Controversy surrounded the autopsy and its aftermath, as the competence and ethics of two medical professionals were questioned. One had his license permanently revoked after charges were brought by the Tennessee Medical Board. An overdose of prescription drugs, including codeine, Demerol, morphine, and Valium, to name a few, had apparently caused Elvis's heart to beat irregularly and then stop. However, rumors of a cover-up were rife as the exact cause of death remained unclear. Vernon Presley, Elvis's father, had the complete autopsy report sealed for a period of 50 years. The controversy surrounding the autopsy, as well as the various other questionable circumstances, led theorists to proclaim that the king was still alive. After his funeral, there were numerous alleged sightings of Presley. A long standing theory among fans was that he had faked his own death. Some fans noted apparent discrepancies in the death certificate, a curious different spelling of the middle name on his gravestone, him reportedly cutting family members out of his will shortly before he died, rumors of a wax dummy in the original coffin, and numerous accounts of Presley's planning a diversion so he could retire in peace. The full autopsy report is finally made public on the 16th of August 2027, exactly half a century after Presley's death. The next event that we anticipate may occur is Bougainville becomes an independent country. Bougainville, a region to the east of Papua New Guinea's mainland, was first inhabited by humans in about 27,000 before the Common Era. During the colonial period, it was occupied and administered at various times by Australians, Germans, and Japanese. It was the scene of major land and naval battles in World War II between the Allies and the Empire of Japan. After the Japanese surrendered, Australia resumed administrative control of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, under a UN trusteeship. However, Papua New Guinea established its sovereignty in 1975 and became an independent Commonwealth realm with Elizabeth II as the queen. A few factions in Bougainville had already demanded independence and unilaterally declared it, now naming their territory the Republic of the North Solomons, although this was not internationally recognized. Following 11 months of negotiations with Prime Minister Michael Somare, Bougainville agreed to remain part of Papua New Guinea after being granted a degree of autonomy through a provincial system of government. A civil war erupted in 1988, triggered by grievances primarily related to the social and environmental impacts of the Panguna copper and gold mine, which was operated by by an Australian company. One of the world's largest, most profitable open cut mines, it produced 45% of Papua New Guinea's export revenue and 12% of its GDP. But although its government was a 20% shareholder, the local population received only 1% of the profit share, which led to growing resentment. The conflict escalated into a full-scale civil war involving Bougainville Revolutionary Army rebels, Papua New Guinea Defense Forces, and various other factions. The war lasted for 10 years and was devastating, resulting in an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 deaths and displacing many more. In 2001, a peace agreement was reached, leading to the creation of an autonomous Bougainville government. This granted the region greater autonomy and paved the way for a future referendum on independence. As part of the agreement, Bougainville would be allowed to hold a non binding vote to gauge public sentiment on independence versus greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. On 23rd November 2019, Bougainville finally held its referendum, in which an overwhelming 98.3% voted in favor of full independence as opposed to merely greater autonomy. This result set the stage for ongoing consultations between Bougainville and the government of Papua New Guinea about its future status. Negotiations formally began on 17th of May 2021, while the president of Bougainville, Ismail Toroma, stated a desire to see Bougainville become independent by June of 2025. Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister James Marape cautioned against setting a specific timetable. On 7th of July 2021, it was announced that Bougainville would become independent by the year 2027, pending ratification from Papua New Guinea's parliament. Today, in 2027, the world is welcoming its newest country, Bougainville, which becomes the 196th member of the United Nations. The 20th century had seen worldwide geopolitical upheaval, resulting in the creation of dozens of new countries, but in the 21st century, this has been a much rarer event. Bougainville joins only a handful of other sovereign states that have emerged in recent decades: East Timor in 2002, Montenegro in 2006, Serbia in 2006 as well, and South Sudan in 2011. With that, that is an overview of what we expect to be the events of 2027. I'm going to ask my colleague what your thoughts are, Tony. I agree with you. That will be quite interesting. Yeah, I agree with you there as well.